Let's try that again. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is January the 15th, 2025, Thursday. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyberbraining body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Chat, they got Dark Brandon. Tell me I'm the first to break this news to you. YouTube took down Dark Brandon. I don't know what the fuck. Like, look, I got all kinds of problem with, like, you know, AI slop, and with that channel I couldn't tell where the, you know, creator, the AI ends and the creator begins, but I don't know what the fuck they would have been doing that is against terms of service. They just have like AI voices on leopards that are telling conservatives how, like, look, it's not that I want to eat your face, it's just that, like, I'm gonna eat your face. I am a leopard, right? And if you vote for the face-eating leopard party, you're gonna get your face eaten. What do I mean? They're banned. Or no, sorry, not banned. I think they got demonetized, is actually the truth of it. Because yeah, it looks like their channel is still up, but they're off to a new channel. And it's so scary to me too. They won't even acknowledge, like, right? I think they're like afraid to trace themselves back because, like, I don't know how, like, legal, like, just moving to a new channel is, but everybody does it. But, like, I don't know, I guess they can't, like, you know, like Sunday's new channel seems to point back to him, but I don't know, chat. I don't know how it works, but it's scary. It's scary stuff. Yeah, the creator. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean the guy, Dark Brandon. I'm so sorry. I should have been really fucking clear about that. Like, I'm talking about Dark Brandon here, and I'm like, well, like, look, I don't like the AI slop with Dark Brandon, but I do like the unhinged rants about how we finally beat Medicaid, and we actually did. Oh no, chat, fuck me. Dark Brandon is, he is psychic. Like, he may not be a good president, he may be a terrible candidate, but that guy had a premonition. When he said we finally beat Medicaid, he was looking at the guy that like destroyed it, that would destroy it. That's dark. That's so freaking dark. When you said they got Dark Brandon, how many of you in chat were thinking the same? I thought MAGA, yo, they fantasize about that shit, Narwhal. Have you seen the stickers, the truck stickers? They've got these stickers that are made for the back of a truck. That, or I don't know if they're stickers or if they got a custom paint job or whatever, right? But they're painting Biden tied up. I mean, this is an old story, right? This happened a long before the election, right? Right-wingers would put up either, I don't know if it's a sticker, a decal, or just like had a painting of Joe Biden, like, you know, with ropes tied all around him, right? As if they were kidnapping the then president of the United States, right? But don't you dare say, okay, who was it? Comer? No, it wasn't Comer. Was it Comey? It was Comey. I get Comey and Comer mixed up all the time, chat, and it's not even right. It's not even fair. But no, I think I'm talking about Comer. Fuck, is it Comer? No, it was Comey. I think it was Comey. Oh my god, chat. Now I don't know if I know the difference. Comer was a legislator of some kind. Yeah, I'm mixing up my white men. You're correct, Narwhal by nature. I'm mixing up white dudes. I am doing it. doing a hyper aggression here against FBI is Comey. Yeah, it must have been Comey, but 8647, right? Like the guy retired, you know, government official guy puts up a meme, like posts a meme, I think on Facebook or Instagram or wherever people his age post memes. I'm not entirely sure. And it was like a guy sitting at the beach and like, you know, instead of like SOS in the sand, it said 8647. I feel like I'm trying to remember, chat. There was like a really innocent explanation for this. But the Trump people, it was Comey. It was Comey. Okay, I'm just making sure. But yeah, we got a doozy of a debate for you today, okay? We got a couple doozy debates. In fact, we got one debate that's on the bonus topic that is so exciting that Vamps has already made a thumbnail for it. Vamps is pretty intent on getting this content done. So, you know, if you're in the Vamps camp, we know what you'll be voting for tonight. And that would be Pisco versus... Oh my God, who the fuck did Pisco debate? I have to... Chud Logic. Okay, I couldn't remember his name, chat. I memory hold that guy. I had finally forgotten about Chud Logic, and Pisco, you had to go and debate him, just thus proving that you still are DGG's favorite law tuber. That's right. Can't beat the rap on that one. Not yet, anyway. We're hoping, chat, one day. Like, look, I mean, I am all for people, you know, having redemption arcs, learning from mistakes of the past, changing their minds, changing their hearts. I am all for that kind of stuff. But I gotta ask, do you believe that Anna Kasparian has apologized? Why am I talking about the bonus content before we even talk about the real content? Governor Newsom, right? Governor Newsom, that's and Shapiro. We should be excited, chat. It's a governor of a major state, possible presidential campaign candidate for 2028. Typer in all caps of Trump-like tweets, I suppose. Gavin Newsom versus fast-talking... What did they call him? The cool kids philosopher? They called him... At some point, somebody tried to call Ben Shapiro the cool kids philosopher. That's an interesting definition of cool kids, right? I don't know. Later, the New York... Was it the New York Times that would call them the cruel kids? Not buying it from Anna asks Harrigan again. Like, I mean, this is the whole thing. Look, they're not walking back everything, right? In fact, there's a lot of stuff that I have not heard them walk back. I think that mainly what this comment that Anna made is about is specifically the Trump support, right? The vibe shift, the way they were like, I don't know, actually, maybe positive change could come from the right, could come from Trump's. Could come from Trump's? Chat, am I calling them Trumps now? How far has it gotten that I feel entitled to call the man Trump's? Like I was, you know, like, oh, that's just Trump's. Can he just be Trump's now? I need a vote in chat. Oh no, we've already got a poll up. There's a bonus poll, which I'm talking about right now instead of talking about the topic. I mean, look, chat. I mean, I pick the first half, you pick the second half, right? I pick the topic that we go with for the first half. You pick the topic or topics that we go with for the second half. And the fun part of that is you also get to fund it. You also get to fund it. So if you want that fun half to come through at the end of all this, if you want, you know, Vamps' thumbnail prediction to once again prove prescient, right? She has a tendency with this stuff, right? That if she makes a thumbnail, it tends to come. That's a scary thing, isn't it? That's like a stand power. That's wild that Vamps can do that. I don't know if I know anybody else that has that kind of that kind of spooky action at a distance type power. That's pretty cool, actually. You can't spell fun without funding. You can't spell a fun half without funding. Although it's not, you know, like, I mean, ideally, it's like a little funding here and a little funding there. Here a fund, there a fund, everywhere a fund. No comment chick had a stream, E-I-E-I-O. Oh no, chat. Waluigi, that works better. Waluigi had a bonus topic, E-I-E-I-O. Oh my god, chat, this is too bad. I could imagine covering Old MacDonald and rewriting it to the specifications of this stream. I don't think we should do that, though. I feel like we could do better for a theme song than freaking Old MacDonald, but it is kind of like Old MacDonald. It's a little bit like, you know, you gotta scratch the, you know, like a hen, like a mother hen, to try to make some stone soup. And if we all put our stones together, then the soup will come through and it'll be actually quite surprisingly thick, surprisingly savory. Where did the ingredients for this soup come from? I don't know, chat, because I definitely know that, you know, times are tough for everybody. What if PBD fired her? Well, wait a minute. Oh, fired her for this. You mean ideologically like based fired her, right, Narwhal? But I don't know whether to let like Anna Kasparian like give her a clean bill of health, right? She has been popping off in places like Piers Morgan on subjects like Gaza, and you know, it's not all bad takes. That's almost what makes it dangerous. Is she's this like little entryway, like, hey, have you ever wanted to be, I don't know, pro-Palestine but also transphobic? Well, now you could do it with TYT. This is the you know, the content niche that they've engineered. But she doesn't seem to be doing it for PBD. Like, I don't know, how is that show working? Anybody know? The Her Space? No, it's not called Her Space, it's called Her Take. Her Space would be like the lib-coded version of the show if it existed in that sense. But since it's PBD, is it Her Take? It's her clip, it's her, you know, viral moment is the idea, I think, behind Her Take. Is that we're gonna get these women together, these fiery, spicy women together, and they're gonna go row, and it's gonna be a cat fight, and we're gonna clip that cat fight, and we're gonna make a ton of money off of this shit, right? We're gonna grow the PBD media empire. Aren't you excited, chat? We're in on the ground level of this whole thing, this whole pyramid type thing that we are constructing here at the PBD. It should be a pyramid with like PBD. No, they do have some weird cult stuff, don't they? Sam Cedar was going off about this not too long ago. They do have some really weird cult stuff at PBD. Like, they were reading a chart that was like telling you what like level you're vibrating at. And of course he always like places himself, I'm here at the, you know, godly level, and like, you know, I don't know, it was this like color coded chart. It kind of looked like the color of the, what was it called, chat? The terrorism warnings, the terrorism warning level. Do you know the like 9/11 era stuff? They'd have like a chance, it would be like the weather, but for terrorism. Like, how much of a chance of terrorism is there today? Do you want to walk your dog, or do you maybe want to let your dog poop inside? Because they're, you know, the under the Bush administration. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Terror threat level, I believe, is what it was called. And it would literally go from like, it was never at green, right? It could theoretically, it could be at green, which is like, there's no terrorism in Ba Sing Se. Did I say it right, chat? I still need to rewatch. I need to watch the rest of Airbender, the first Airbender, the last Airbender. The best airbender, Aang. Tourism. Wait, are you talking about like real tourism, or are you calling me a tourist for not knowing my avatar type lore? Oh, tourism as in instead of terrorism? Gavin and Zach went surprisingly easy on her. Yeah, I don't know. I do not trust TYT. Here's what I think about TYT. Do I think they're right wing? No. Do I think they're left wing? No. I think they're opportunist. I think they are whatever the fuck wing will flap them to like relevance, right? More than numbers even, right? Because I think a TYT is somewhat of a self-sustaining, I don't know, I could be wrong, right? But I think they've got enough just like residual goodwill from people to be supported. But for them to, what they want is to be relevant again and not to be jokes, right? That's what they're looking for. And I think that's what motivates them more than any. And when they thought that like we could get relevant really fast by being like, oh look, the really reasonable left-wingers that say actually Trump is good. Trump is really good sometimes. I'm excited for Trump. I'm excited to see what kind of change we can get with this new populist consensus between the left and the right. I can just feel that good things are gonna happen. I'm strangely optimistic. That's so weird, chat. That's so weird. On one hand, it sounds like the stuff that you would say if you were like a captive, if you're like you know, like a prisoner or something. You're like, no, I'm on board with this you know, new occupying government. It's pretty cool. They're liberals, the worst. Moinope is telling me there's a wild PBD painting with Tupac and Einstein and Lincoln. All right, I gotta check that before we jump into today's topic. Maybe I should talk about the bonus topic stuff first, chat. Do you think that's a good idea? And then talk about, so that way I'm talking about the, you know, topic at hand, right? But I like people to come in and be like, yeah, no, this is this stream, as unwieldy as it is, as like stunlocked as it is gonna eventually get you coverage of Gavin Newsom versus Ben Shapiro. But what am I trying to look at here? I'm trying to look at PBD painting Einstein. God, PBD is such a weird dude. I can't even. Oh my God, what is this? The painting sparks outrage, says the Daily Mail. Okay, we gotta see this. What is this? That's not it. I mean, that is it. Yeah. All right, what are we looking at, chat? Can we see it? Well, oh God. I mean, tiny window. It's too small. All right, let's try this. All right, what do we have? What are we looking at? Yeah, MLK on the right. Is that like Henry Kissinger that he's talking to? Abraham Lincoln, Einstein, Kennedy, Tupac, PBD? and a race car driver guy. Who's in the middle? I don't know, but my guess is that it's the Shah. I mean, as much as Einstein might have contributed to the theory of relativity, that's still just a theory. The one thing that's more than a theory, the one thing that we can be sure about is that PBD is one weird guy. Is that a submarine? I mean, I guess? I was wondering, okay, I just thought they were, I don't know, I thought they wanted to do a fisheye lens. We're trying to find a rationale to have it be, but are they in a submarine together? Are they gonna nuke the world? Is that what that is? A nuclear sub with like PBD and the Shah and his favorite dudes? I'm thinking back to Jon Stewart refusing to use the word fascist, just like Anna. Well, I mean, I don't think Jon was as toxic about I don't know. Like, I guess you could say that you think that, like, you know, Anna was trying to claim that fascism is an ideology and Trump's ideology is distinct from that. But what she doesn't get is that, like, it has had ideologies, it has been ideologically driven, but it recreates itself in the form of the time and place in which it emerges, right? It is always nascent in many cultures, and yeah, when it emerges with the characteristics of that culture, of that time and that place. So yeah, anyway, it kind of doesn't matter, because the point that's trying to be get across is, like, Trump is dangerous to democracy, I guess, right? Like, that part isn't, it might sound trite. I don't know why it sounds trite. It seems important, but it's been treated as trite. You're like, oh, democracy. I want to see mass deportations. I don't care about the democracy. And then they see the mass deportations. They're like, wait, maybe I do care about democracy. Maybe I do want democracy. Maybe Peter Thiel is not right about everything. Is it the race car driver Dale Earnhardt who died during a NASCAR race? I guess? Why did he add the extra context in the painting? I don't know. Oh wait, yeah, refer to, when in doubt, like, right? Refer to Maxim 1. PBD is a weird dude. And so that maybe explains, I don't know. It's also, like, somehow very low resolution, but I don't know. This seems to be a problem that I have with a lot of... Oh god, I'm blowing it up already. This is 400 times. You can't see any detail. Yeah, I don't know. Is that Dale Earnhardt? I don't know any race car driver, guys. But I do know when my music is slightly too loud, and I think that would be now. There we go. Fixed. Oh my god. So much better. At least I don't feel like I'm yelling over something. Gotta define democracy. It's a mini splendored thing, isn't it?
At Will7409 super chatted $5. With my stones I contribute to the fun poll winking face Vox Populi.
Vox Populi indeed. I contribute to the fun poll. Oh my god, Will, you reminded me. I haven't even put up the butterfly goal. Yeah, Will should get credit for that super chat, even though like I didn't have the butterfly goal up. We did manage to get a butterfly last time, so it is possible. It is still possible. There's that, and then I need to. Oh yeah, everybody click over to live chat if you're in. What's the other option? Top chat bad, live chat good. Okay, because you could miss what somebody says if you don't. Also, make sure to like the stream. Early likes bring extra viewers, which is awesome. Your topics at the bottom third are incorrect. Yeah, I think everything's incorrect here. Because we are now just chatting. Yeah, and I should probably introduce the I should introduce the actual topic of the stream. Gavin Newsom, he is the top ranking candidate right now as far as 2028 Democratic primary. Yeah, he's winning, right? I mean, it's very early on, but because of probably his defiance, his, I would say, mostly theatrical defiance of President Trump, Gavin Newsom has gained the respect that the American people can't really show to a lot of Democrats right now. Because a lot of these Democrats are not, they're rolling over and playing dead, James Carville style. And so in lieu of that, like they're looking for a champion, they're looking for a tough guy, they're looking for somebody to stand up to the bully, and they've got Gavin Newsom, and that's played pretty well for him. Even though he didn't start this like post Democratic loss, new Trump administration, he didn't start it well, right? He was doing a lot of what TYT has been doing in terms of looking for right-wingers to reach out to and say, oh, the other side's not so bad, we can work together on this and this and this, and maybe they're right about a few things, right? Just essentially moving the goal post and not in a good direction. Ben Shapiro on Gavin Newsom, is that a good title, or is that a little too suggestive? I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything, for the record, all right? I'm sure they can figure out their own love life. But thank you for the super chat. Well, wait, what I was trying to do was, oh yeah, I was right in the middle of something, pop this out, and then copy this.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. Did you see my stream suggestion with Rokana on Doom Scroll? Oh wow, California is in my cross tusks.
In my cross tusks? That sounds dangerous. No, I didn't see, although I've been seeing Doom Scroll. Oh my god. Is it Doom Scroll with Josh Citarella? Is that his name? So it says 1 out of 10. We're gonna count it as 2 out of 10. Thank you, Narwhal, for the super chat. And yeah, Rokana is another potential presidential candidate. I'm starting to look into these guys, right? I would like to find a choice that is A, likely to run, and B, not so bad as the others, right? Not as bad as Gavin Newsom, because that's what we're staring down right now. And if Gavin Newsom slips and falls, right, I don't know, I don't trust it not to just shift to, like, Shapiro or Buttigieg or somebody like that. But yeah, the Dems don't have much of a bench. And in some ways, it's not surprising, considering how hostile they are to anyone new, especially anyone that's trying to pull them to the left. He's Ezra Klein bad? Yeah. God, Ezra, there's way too many Ezra Klein fans out there. Oh, but also, there we go. Will, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I was trying to bring this up the whole time, and it takes a little while. But yeah, we're off to a good start at 15 on the goal. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I will not only cover Gavin Newsom versus Ben Shapiro, which I gotta continue to explain, don't I? I don't think I've done it justice just yet. I will not only cover Gavin Newsom, Ben Shapiro, but I'll also stick around to cover another topic, a topic of your choice. And you can see those choices right now on, whoa, hi there. Okay, you can see those choices now on the screen, and also on YouTube. You can vote on the choices, is what I'm trying to say. Make your voice heard if you haven't already. Let me check and see how many people have voted. 35 of you have already, so make sure to get your vote in. We got Peter Thiel, a new video essay from Jawbry. We watched a little bit of Jawbry's video essay on Pearl just to catch ourselves up on, remind me basically who the fuck Pearl was. And it was actually pretty good. So there's a new one on Peter Thiel, and specifically on his blood boy, JD Vance, one of his blood boys. Anyway, then we got Pisco debating Chud logic. That's right, DGG's favorite law tuber is gonna talk to British guy that doesn't understand American politics about ICE. I mean, that to me, chat, says a lot. And then we got ICE agent Hasanabi head discovered. Oh my god. There was a Hassan chatter who popped up and claimed to be an ICE agent. Was like, I'm in ICE, and I listened to your show. I'm in your community. I'm a sub. And they were trying to like be like, it's just a job, and you know, we're just carrying out the. Why don't people get mad? Anyway. Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, this guy could have been trolling. It could have been a plant. It could have just been somebody that was like, you know, popping up with a weird, you know, thing to say. But yeah, they claimed to be an ICE agent. And Hassan tried to argue them to like maybe quit their job. Ro Khanna has evoked his dead grandfather who protested with Gandhi as he sings in praise of all. I'm sure his family is ashamed. And then we have Anna Kasparian apologizing. That's right. She's apologizing, I guess, for the Trump support. I wouldn't expect much more. A lot of people would like to see her apologize to, you know, people she's attacked, or maybe even to groups of people that she's attacked. But so far, they're not getting that. They're just getting, you know, a short little one-off. Hey, you know, I was wrong about Trump, and you know, so at least she said that. I think they have to say that at this point. I don't know, like, we'll get into it if we end up choosing that. You know, on one hand, a lot of her fans, her new fans, are far right. Like, any Anna Kasparian thread that you see on Twitter is gonna have, like, groypers thirsting after her. Like, people that she would not, I mean, I don't know, it always feels like she does throw the far right a bone. But I don't know, something happened. Maybe she has realized that she's being perceived as, you know, tangential to some of these people, so she's trying to pivot again. But, you know, now that Trump is, well, I mean, look at it this way, chat. After Trump won, that was like the highest popularity ratings that he ever had, slightly over 50%. Right, so you could say, you know, and people were talking about like there's a vibe shift, everything has changed. It's like, looks like people have rejected wokeness, and you know, we're gonna enter a new era. And Anna was like, oh yeah, well, if that is going to happen, I am going to be part of maybe the winning side. They already had been, though, chat. I don't know what people don't get about this. Like, the Young Turks, they already had been part of MAGA just by spreading that moral panic about Tren de Aragua taking over apartments, when it was really a story about a slumlord trying to get out of his responsibilities to take care of his tenants, right? And I mean, I don't remember how many, which of the, you know, Trump moral panics. Yeah, they were at least jumping onto immigration and crime, right? They were on board basically with the Trump campaign on that stuff. So you know, for people to act like, you know, it's they were already on train, I think, to shift, and the election just made it so much easier, and now they wish that they hadn't. So here comes Anna. She's gonna apologize. We'll see what we think if we end up choosing that. Whoa, I've gotta change this. Okay, goal 2 should say this. Okay. But anyway, that's all bonus content. We gotta worry about the free half, the first half, first, and that's gonna be Gavin Newsom and Ben Shapiro. But yeah, if we want to get to the fun half, this is the goal. This is the bonus goal. If this thing gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll talk about the top topic that gets voted on, right? As far as votes, right? The highest scoring topic. If it gets to 200, I'll talk about the top 2. So we could possibly do Anna apologizes and Hassan finds Hasanabi head is an ICE agent. It's possible to do 2 or more. If we get to 200, it's just whatever we get to. The thing that make this go up, or if you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You hook up your Amazon account if you have Prime to Twitch, and you get a free sub out of it. And that sub gives you the ability to rewind the stream and to use emotes. So and this you can do at no cost to yourself. It does getting yourself a sub costs $6, and although if you're active in chat, you're more likely to be the recipient of a gift sub, because people that are very generous do gift those from time to time. So, you know, your best bet saving an Amazon Prime or being able to get a sub for yourself is hoping that, you know, your witty banter provokes somebody bestowing a gift sub on you. I love Gavin Shapiro. We're going to get into Gavin Shapiro in just a bit here. The other thing that I got to mention is when you do donate, let me know in chat if you want to support one of these topics, and I'll actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So, you know, like Peter Thiel, like maybe it's not doing so well, and you're like, you know, you donate and then it goes up magically. And if you want to stop the steal, if you feel like that's a bad thing for people to be able to donate and to manipulate the poll, you can always say Vox Populi, just like Will. Thank you for demonstrating that. And I will add your super chat to Vox Populi just like that, right? And that makes it so that the vote counts for more and the donos count for less. So that's an option too. Anyway, I think I've explained this enough. We got to get into the topic. We got to start talking about Gavin Newsom and Ben Shapiro. So as I was saying earlier, that's not Gavin Newsom or Ben Shapiro. That's PBD and Tupac, actually. So the great philosophers of our time. There's the content that we're looking for. So this show is called This is Gavin Newsom. It's a podcast that he started after the Democrats lost the 2024 presidential election. So this guy is I want you to understand, he is so fucking plugged in to, you know, whatever political consultants would tell you that you need to get into the podcast game. And maybe you can go on podcasts, right? If that's your sort of thing. If you, you know, are into MMA, you can talk to Joe Rogan. You can find a subject that you're into. You just got to present yourself as like one of the bros and you're good. Or maybe if you are well-spoken, right? You got a face and a voice and mannerisms that are made for television. Maybe you could become the podcaster, Gavin. And this guy took it to heart. I could become the podcaster. What kind of people would I talk to? Well, you know, you could talk to people that are on your side of politics, but that might not be very exciting. That might not drive the algorithms. On the other hand, if you had somebody on that you were in disagreement with, you're on the other side of politics with, then maybe you could get some more views. Maybe it's more interesting, right? It's more spicy, there's more fireworks, right? And then that gives you a great chance to moderate any of your views by giving in to your opponent and be like, oh geez, that's a good point. Yeah, no, trans women in sports is total bullshit. That's right. And this is what he's been doing with like Charlie Kirk, with, oh my God, should we look at it, chat? We should look at what is his track record, just to start us off with. Okay, so more recently, I haven't been hearing about him, and I think that's representative of him talking more to people that are, you know, nominally on the Democratic side of things, doing less of what he was doing, because he got some real backlash from, like, you know, hobnobbing, seeming overly friendly with the likes of Charlie Kirk. I mean, it's not that, like, you know, he's had Klobuchar on. It's not like he always has. Tim Waltz was on. But yeah, the first three guests, Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, and Michael Wiener Savage. I don't know how I know that this guy's middle name is Wiener, chat, but I know this guy is, his middle name is Wiener, and I will continue to call him Michael Wiener Savage. Yeah, so then, you know, we got a little break. We got Tim Waltz, we got Ezra Klein, we got Anthony Scaramucci, we got former Trump official turned Trump critic, who is still kind of right-wing. Speaking of right-wing, oh, you don't see this because it's off the screen, but we got Rahm Emanuel coming on. So, I mean, like, I don't even know what to count that as, I guess. You know, I mean, they're pretty, I would guess, fairly simpatico with their views. Rahm and Gavin, Scott Galloway, Sheldon Whitehouse. Okay, so I think the first run of like Bannon, Kirk, and Savage, right? I think he did bring on Dr. Phil. He does have on Newt Gingrich, Leon Panetta, Sanjay Gupta, Tommy Favreau, or John Favreau and Tommy Vitor of Pod Save America, Ryan Murphy, Jordan Klepper, Richard Reeves, Beto O'Rourke. Yeah, we're talking to a lot of Sean Spicer. Yeah, I mean, like, Trump won press secretary. Anybody remember Sean Spicer? I remember him standing behind the bushes, like somehow trying to avoid the press by hiding behind a bush. And it's like, you can tell when there's a guy standing behind a, you know what I mean? We see you, Sean Spicer. We got some Bulwark people on here. Alex Wagner from Crooked Media. So yeah, he'd been kind of taking a little bit of a controversy. Yeah, Ben Meiselas of Midas Touch. I mean, he is touching base with some like very mainstream, like progressive media figures. Liberal in the case of Meiselas and Midas Touch. But anyway, and here we are. He's talking to Ben Shapiro, right? So, this is the thing that hurt him early on, right? This hurt his chances. And, you know, he could say, I'm principled and I like to, you know, reach out to the other side and blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't, but honestly, no, this guy's running his shit by polls, right? The whole reason you're doing a podcast is because of your political consultants or somebody telling you, you know what is really hot right now? It's podcasts, right? You are absolutely, you know, a creature of, you know, whatever, you know, whatever somebody tells you the zeitgeist is, as like Pod Save America, who started using the F word. They were like, oh, it looks like Americans like it, and they view you as authentic whenever you say fucking. So now John Favreau is gonna say fucking. It's like, chat, it makes me think of, what's that show, chat? What's that show with the it's got there's two twins, and then there's a bunch of What the fuck is that show? There's like a bunch of male stand-up comics, like as the dads or something. They're living in a house together with like all their. I'm trying to remember what this is called. Oh my god. Like there's the stand-up comic that goes like, cut it out or something, right? Is there. And Full House, yeah. It's like if one of the Full House dads was to just suddenly say, like, fucking kids, you know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, that show would have been immediately canceled, right? That the whole wholesomeness of the show is just like, it evaporates, right? And like, you know, this is like Jon Favreau saying fucking is like Mr. Rogers saying fucking. I don't know. Except that Mr. Rogers is cool. Like, I think I would give Mr. Rogers the pass to say the F word. If there was a pass for the F word, which there's not. Mr. Rogers just chooses not to say it because he's got better ways to express himself, I guess, chat. I better have some better ways to express myself because we're going to jump into this content right now of Gavin Newsom versus Ben Shapiro. Darker, grittier Full House where they say fuck. It's like BoJack Horseman, but like wasn't BoJack Horseman supposed to be in one of those shows? Like he got famous from like one of those 90s shows. Horsing around. Oh my god, that shit is so dark. That shit, BoJack Horseman is impossibly dark. But anyway, I better get started before it's already impossibly dark where most of you are. So let's jump into it here. We'll see if we hit the bonus goal or the butterfly goal. We're at 2 butterflies out of 10. If we get 8 more butterflies, that's super chats of the teal variety and higher, then I'll put a butterfly in my hair for the second consecutive stream. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to do was to thank my Patreons, because I always do that at the beginning and end of each stream. If you support me on a Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out twice a stream usually. So let me read those out now. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah Anderson, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Foul, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moino, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gavi, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. With that being said, to chat, the Aristocats? Oh my god. Wait, the Aristocrats? Bob Saget did be saying the F word? Oh, that blew my mind. Like, to see, like, yeah, like that, because like, I think I saw Bob Saget in all kinds of edgy stuff first, and I didn't know that he had like a wholesome show. And so for me, it was just like, when is he gonna make a joke about like sucking dick for crack? Like, right? That was what I had seen, the kind of humor that I had seen Bob Saget engage in. And so, you know, it's like, you know, I wasn't buying his character in Full House when I saw it. The Aristocrats, I get this messed up though, Joshua Keller, because there's this one with cats, and it's like wholesome. I think it's called the Aristocats, right? And then there's the Aristocrats, which is like a unbelievably dirty joke. That I'm not sure I get. I'm not sure I'm like old school comedy enough to get the aristocrats joke, but I mean, unless the joke is just that like they're doing incest and they're called the aristocrats, and the joke is that aristocrats are like inbred. Is that the full joke? That's like, it's a wild thing to like, you know what should we use for humor? Oh, I know, aristocracy. Yeah, let's make a joke about aristocracy. And anyway, let's get into this before if we get to 100 points on the bonus goal before the end of the stream, I'll stick around and do one of these topics right now. Oh yeah, I didn't even tell you what topic was winning. ICE agent Hasanabi had discovered is ahead with 43%, 46 votes so far. So people are slowly getting their votes in. Second place, we got Anna Kasparian apologizes, at least for the MAGA stuff. We'll see, what we feel about that. Third place is Pisco debates Chud Logic on ICE, DGG's favorite law tuber versus Twitch's least favorite chaser. Yeah, I'll say that. Anyway. And in fourth place, we have the new Peter Thiel video essay on Peter Thiel. No, the new Jabri video essay on Peter Thiel. And talking about how he minted JD Vance as a coin of the realm. Anyway, let's see what's going on with Gavin and Ben Shapiro.
Either you uphold the principle or you don't uphold the principle. If you don't uphold...
Oh, he still talking fast. You uphold the principle? He's still funny, too. Like, I always thought, chat, like, I don't believe in like bullying people, like, I don't know, pulling down somebody's pants in public, or the thing they do with the underwear where they lift it over their head and shit. Like that seems unnecessary and mean and cruel. Like, shoving people into lockers, the head in the toilet thing with they flush it. But Ben Shapiro, something in me always wants to bully him, even though I know it's wrong. Wait, oh, I pressed the wrong button, didn't I? Let's try it that way. Boom.
Uphold the principle. I'm going to call you out for not upholding.
You uphold the principle? You don't uphold the principle. I'm going to call you out if you don't uphold the principle. If I hold the principle, hold the principle.
The principle on his epitaph. It will read 45th and 47th presidents of the United States. He said a lot of shit.
Sanctuary jurisdictions have lower crime rates. You move to a state that has higher insurance rate, higher car insurance, not just...
God, this music's gonna somehow get me demonetized, isn't it? We skipped the spice reel, the sizzle reel. I'm sorry, the spice. Look, mine are the spice reel. Okay, when I do this, it's the spice reel. This is just the sizzle reel.
This is Gavin.
This is Gavin Newsom. Do it more pro wrestling. These should do it. He should become a pro wrestler. If Gavin Newsom is serious about this fucking dark, he's Dark Gavin now, right, chat? He's trying to be the avatar of Dark Woke. And if he's serious about this shit, then he needs like a wrestling persona. If you want to lean into the heel persona, do it. I've never seen any Democrat. I'm trying to think. There's probably old school Democrats, like I guess FDR, they are unanimous in their hatred against me, and I welcome their hatred. Yeah, I mean, that's a real one there, right? But it's kind of undercut by the fact that to like the majority of the country, he was not. Wait, I don't know. Is he villain coded? Is that villain coded? That's the closest I can think of, chat, to like a Democrat or a let's say somebody that would equate to the modern sense of the more progressive party in the United States at the time, despite its voluminous flaws. But yeah, it would be that
Newsom.
This is like something, oh my God, this is like what they tell you. Like if you pay for one of those guys that's like, I will train you to make the best thumbnails and to be the awesomest YouTuber and your channel will blow up. Look at look at Cynthia, you know, she started using my service like, you know, 3 months ago. Her channel went from like 10,000 subs to 2 million subs. What do you think about this? You know, what do you think about this, Cynthia? It was really easy to understand, and I caught on quick, and I don't know. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Do you see the label? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm a little bit worried now. I'm a little bit worried. Do you see that right down there? Lower right-hand corner. That is a podcast network. Am I going to get in trouble for this? Have you seen anybody like react? People are reacting to this, right? I'm guessing I'll just lose my ad revenue. But I feel like I have watched podcasts on this network before, and I got hit with I think they just come for your ad money, if I'm not mistaken, which does suck, but not as much as like the stream's gonna get taken off. Like, see, I just don't want to have the Jubilee thing go on. This is Gavin Newsom. Yo, Newsom would be sick on WWE. He already has the gruesome moniker. Yeah, he'd be the guy that like rubs people's like heads in his armpits and stuff, right? He'd be that, but he'd be like, I'm gruesome Newsom. Rah! Like he's gonna do something gross to you, right? Like he... Huh. Like, I feel like the armpit thing is about the least, like, you know, line crossing thing that he could do. Wasn't there a wrestler whose whole thing was that he would do like gay stuff to the wrestlers that he beat? Wasn't there like a thing that was like where they were just literally like they created a wrestling heel out of homophobia? Like his whole thing was he would beat the guys in wrestling and they'd be like all like, oh, I'm knocked out and stuff. And then he would do something. I don't know. Isn't this a thing, chat? Like the gold, old ass Jesse Ventura. We need Jesse Ventura. We need Jesse Ventura to be in the Democratic primary this time just to troll Gavin Newsom. Just to shut down Gavin Newsom. Who's the wrestler that would he's like gold and he like is very flamboyant and but when he beats the other wrestler he like doesn't he like I don't know, chat. It's Gold Dust. I think Adam Friedland was mentioning this guy on the podcast. Curtis Lewa does that too. Ric Flair. Is this like a more common tactic than I realized? It's Gold Dust. The chat's consensus Goldberg. One of our PMs was super neoliberal, but he has excellent anti-nuclear quote. Shame that he gutted the social services.
And this is Ben Shapiro.
And this is Ben Shapiro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, can we get past the music? The music's the real thing that's gonna somehow fuck me over.
You know, Texas, that would have been more spicy, but you know, especially, come on, you're a Hollywood kid.
Isn't this like a better put together? It's like a better put together Club Random kind of, right? You know, just no ridiculous pillar in the middle, no mismatched furniture, cushions.
At least Hollywood adjacent. You're a Burbank kid.
Born and bred in born in St. Joe's in Burbank.
I love that.
And
what year? 1984. And you went. You know, and it's interesting because you were sort of middle class family. Grew up, and I got a new book we're going to get to in a moment. Lions and Scavengers.
I mean, this is the problem right here, right? With his whole strategy. Like, it's one thing if you want to say, listen, I like to talk to people that I don't agree with. sometimes I change their mind, and sometimes they might change my mind. All right. Well, yeah, if your mind's changed to something, you know, something horrible, I'm not gonna like you after that. All right. But also, you're doing more than that. You are literally helping Ben Shapiro. Chat. Here's what's going on. All right. I gotta let you know. He is helping Ben Shapiro make a comeback. And if I was to guess why he's doing that, my guess would be that he wants for like he wants like he thinks that if he nurtures the moderate right, that I don't know, the like extreme right will go away. Like if you help Ben Shapiro, you're hurting Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. Does Gavin interview left people? Yeah, he does. He actually interviews more left people than right people. Wait, is that what he said?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Let's see. Let me see that again.
Now, you're a Hollywood kid, at least Hollywood adjacent. You're a Burbank kid.
Born and bred in born in St. Joe's in Burbank.
I love that.
And
what year? 1984. And you went. And it's interesting because you were sort of middle class family. Grew up, and got a new book we're going to get to in a moment.
I'm just imagining him being like, my wife was born in that year. It's a fine year. It's a wonderful year.
Lions and scavengers. But in that, you talk about your home where you.
No, I'm sorry, Chad. I don't know anything about. Nor do I care to know anything about Gavin and his home life.
Family living in a 2-bedroom home, 1 bathroom.
Yep.
Burbank, California, and you describe it at least briefly as pretty bucolic, huh?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. I mean, Burbank was a great place to grow up. It was like kids playing in the street,
But yeah, I mean, he didn't say it, but he thought it. Maybe, I think that's what the chatter was saying.
The greatest privilege of all, right? I'm an American growing up in the greatest country in the history of the world, and I've got a 2-parent household. My parents love each other, and they take care of us, and they're able to make a.
Can't take him seriously anymore, chat. Who is it that makes that, like, somebody makes fun of him, like that he's like talking to himself, like, right? Like they do, like it's almost like a Ben Shapiro, like. I'm trying to remember, is it I don't think it's Amazon Animations that I'm thinking of, right? Who does a really good Ben Shapiro? Anybody? Like, there's somebody that does a Ben Shapiro where they just got him talking to himself, and he's like oh no, it's fucking Nick Mullen. That's who it is. Oh my god, chat. I just memory hold Cumtown. And not just any Cumtown either, right? The Ben Shapiro episode is. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? The episode where we bring Ben Shapiro into like a Boy Meets World plot line that has become utterly disgusting and we've got governors trying to copy Joe Rogan. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what his political consultants told him. That's just the thing that sucks about Democrats, right? Your problem is that you're not authentic enough. And your answer to that, your response to that is always like, well, tell me how to be more authentic. You missed the point, didn't you? Yeah, you missed the point. Authentic means you. It doesn't mean like do what. And this whole idea that Democrats need to copy right-wing podcast bros, like especially the ones that like are, I mean, like I guess like Gavin maybe could pull it off better than some, and that's probably why he went through with it. Actually starting his own podcast rather than just like going on infinite podcast or trying to find like a host that he's got a common interest with, where at least they can start talking about MMA, and then until Rogan is like, so what about those trans kids? Like, but yeah, no, in his case, he's having the right wingers come to him, whether it be Charlie Kirk, Michael Wiener Savage, or Ben Shapiro, or Oh my God. Oh, Bannon. And the thing about with Bannon is like, look, I want more Democrats to engage with the ideas of Steve Bannon. That doesn't mean I want you to bring Steve Bannon on. That doesn't mean I want you to lend credence to his pretend populist overtures, right? Please, for fuck's sake, don't.
Middle class income. My mom started off as a secretary and worked her way up to become vice president of a small film and TV company. My dad came out here to be a composer, and he ended up playing piano at a restaurant on Ventura Boulevard, I believe. It was in, or actually, it was in across from Universal Studios. It was the Michelli's over there. And if you've ever been,
And he was, I
been
mean,
over there.
like a 5-night-a-week piano guy.
A couple nights a week.
So, I mean, if there's any strategy here, it's reminding people that Ben Shapiro is a, that he is a California kid. He is not some like salt of the earth conservative. He's not like, he's not coming from, parents that were like HVAC salespeople or ran a small jet ski dealership in Terre Haute, right? Maybe, or maybe it's like legitimately like, well, I'm from California. He's from California. Let's talk about California.
Go in there and play.
We cannot let Newsom be the 2028 nominee. I agree. I think that would be disastrous, Cuomo. I think it'd be absolutely disastrous. And I think people are starting to wake up now. It was the billionaire tax, right? California had an initiative. They're trying to get it on the voting, on the ballot for next time for 2026 to an initiative to have a one-time billionaires tax, right? And obviously, all of the big business interests are saying, oh no, everybody will leave California if you do that. But it's just not true. But yeah, Gavin Newsom is like the only real force fighting that in California. And so first there's that he's probably one of the most abundance-pilled candidates out there. We've heard him before kind of squish on certain issues. On other issues, he doesn't. Burbank is nice, not middle class. Wait, did I say it was middle class? Trying to figure out what out of his childhood made him a petty bitch. Well, the other thing, the real dagger, I don't know if Newsom wants to use this, right? I do not assume that. I really do feel like Newsom's trying to build him up. I feel like Newsom is trying to give him like a second win because he's down bad, right? His views mainly are down really bad. He is, coming to, I guess, represent like a certain side of the Republican Party. And I guess he will get accolades and views from that part of things. But, it's significantly smaller than his detractors. That's why he gets crushed when he has to go up against anyone. And the only, the thing that the claim from Candace Owens and company is that Ben Shapiro does not have the people, which is true, right? He doesn't have the popular support in the Republican Party. He just has the ears of the donors, right? So he's able to make things happen. He's able to, kind of throw his weight around just by virtue of being able to, direct streams of cash at people.
Jazz piano because he's been playing since he was 14, and
Wow.
and so that's how I grew up. And again, I think that's the American dream: is you start there, and then you end up making a better life for your kids, and they end up making a better life for themselves. And that upward trajectory is kind of what America's all about.
I love it. How many brothers and sisters?
So I have three younger sisters.
Younger sisters.
Three younger sisters. I
And
was
were
the
they
oldest.
music? Because you were a violinist,
Right? Yeah, I started playing violin when I was 5,
Wow.
and then
Neoliberals trying to resurrect his career. Also, Barry Weiss, seems to be, kind of supporting his comeback tour.
I was pretty good. I mean, I
Was it was your dad just saying, "You're going, son, you will be"? I mean, they threw that at you and they made you, and you're crying doing
No,
these
it
lessons?
definitely wasn't
Or
that.
you loved it.
No, I was pretty dedicated to it for sure.
I feel like he's kind of he wants to bully him.
I was practicing by the time I was 16, maybe 3 hours a day or something. And
I mean, maybe I just want this to happen. Maybe this is just wish casting.
then I looked at sort of the life of a musician, and I thought, well,
Like, here's my thing. I think that Gavin is like a popular kid and Ben is an unpopular kid. And I think that somehow that, and it's not like I'm not, look, there's plenty of things to make fun of Ben Shapiro about other than his lack of charisma, right? And Gavin Newsom's, social skills don't make him a good person. So don't get me wrong here. But yeah, like I said before, there's a part, I'd be lying to you if I said there wasn't not a part of me that wants to bully Ben Shapiro. Right? Part of me that
again,
listened to way too much Cumtown when
that upward trajectory is very difficult, particularly in classical music. And so I thought, maybe I better shift career strategies here. But when I went to UCLA, I went to UCLA for undergrad. When I went to UCLA, I was 16 at the time. My parents didn't want me going out of state for school, so I was living at home because I was 16.
Wow.
And I thought I was going to double major in biology and in music, actually. And I got on campus and I found myself kind of drawn to politics, and the rest is.
I want to get back to that a little bit more. How about your sisters? Where did they end up in terms of their professional pursuits and careers?
So all of us grew up obviously here. Only one is still here. I still have one sister who lives in Orange County. I have a couple of sisters who live within 1.5 miles of me in Florida. So basically the whole family ended up in Florida. My parents ended up near me in Florida. My in-laws who lived in Sacramento ended up near me in Florida.
Chat, I feel like his branding is lazy. Look at this. Do you see the little box around his, look, I don't have a box around my SM7B. I don't know what the shame is on, not having this back area covered up or something. Do you feel naked if you don't have a box around it? But his box looks like a goddamn Del Taco box. Wait, is that still... Doesn't it look like you would get those little potatoes from Del Taco? You know what I'm talking about? In that, that would be like a tiny size, right? But doesn't Del Taco put their Papas Bravas or whatever in a little box like that? It looks like the branding looks like some shit out of. In fact, I don't even think I'm remembering because I haven't lived in an area with a Del Taco in 10 years. So I'm remembering the old branding for Del Taco. This is 10-year-old Gavin Newsom is. I used to play violin. It's such a competitive type of instrument. Yeah, it seems hard. I've tried once and it was not pretty. It does not want to, you think you know how to play the violin and then you are like his box does look like a Del Taco box. His wife is a doctor and said it was a medical condition. Wait, what?
Florida. And there may be some reasons for that, Governor.
We'll get to that. We're going to get to all of that and a lot more. I just want to paint the picture a little bit because
I appreciate it.
Not everybody knows your.
But what I'm saying is his branding is lazy. You would think that, somebody that wants to do a podcast would put more. It's like one of those towns from a Western where they build up the front of the buildings, but they're just flat. There's no actual, there's just a building. It looks like a building and a door, but you open the door and there's nothing on the other side because it's just meant for the, to give that scene of the old Western town. His podcast looks like it is meant to give the appearance of podcast without actually being a podcast, without it actually being a podcast that's about anything that you care about. It's literally just, let me get a podcast, let me get out there in the podcast world, and let me go viral with a few clips. I don't know. It's made to make. What I'm saying, chat, is I think this guy is faker than Brett Cooper.
your childhood, but it also connected. I mean, as you said, you
It's the Baja Fresh font. Yeah.
LA,
Yeah, like or Taco Bell. Yeah, it could be.
undergrad, and then your interest.
My wife went to UCLA Medical School. I mean, we're very California embedded.
He got it from the podcast Big Box. Yeah, he went out to best pod.
I love that. And but politics had
He had the genius team install his sound setup.
its calling there. Would you remember sort of a moment or issues, or was politics part of your childhood? Was it part of the conversation around the dinner table? Were your parents politically active, engaged?
They weren't super politically active. I would say they were kind of Reagan Republicans.
Yeah.
And growing up, we would talk politics in the house. But the thing that sort of sent me in a political direction overtly is I got to college campus at UCLA, and I picked up a copy of the UCLA Daily Bruin. And this is back in the year 2000. There was an editorial from the Bruin editorial board, I believe.
Chat, can you imagine if instead he had picked up a copy of the Communist Manifesto? What a different world we'd be living in right now.
Comparing Ariel Sharon, then the prime
If he had just had a normal childhood.
minister of Israel, this would have been 2001, I guess, to Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi.
He calls it a podcast.
Yeah.
And
We're gonna cast some pods today, aren't we, Ben?
so I walked in and I said, I'd like to write a counter to that. And that turned into a point counterpoint column that I would write every week.
Wait, of all the right-wing douches, Shapiro seems relatively pleasant on his own show too. And yet I still want to bully him. It's inexplicable, chat.
That became pretty popular. It turned into kind of a normal column. And then I went to my father one day and I said, do you think that my stuff is good enough to be published in like a normal paper? And he said, might be. Let me do some research. So he found this place called Creator Syndicate, again, out of California. And they syndicate a bunch of columns to different newspapers around the country. At the time, it was everybody from Molly Ivins on the left to David Limbaugh on the right.
Yeah, it's hard for me to judge if like somebody is like pleasant or abrasive because I just don't take him seriously anymore. I mean, maybe he'll make a big comeback back. Maybe the Daily Wire will retake its place in the right-wing media sphere, and I will come to hate him once again. Maybe it's just because he's irrelevant that I don't take him seriously. But yeah, it's hard to be like angered by him, and it's more like I just kind of want to make fun of him.
And so I applied
the nerdy voice, yeah.
And they called me 3 weeks later.
Well, it doesn't even seem like it belongs in this like year, right? It feels like like you don't need to, I don't know. Just like, I don't expect every gay guy to have like a quote unquote gay accent because that's like a thing of, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago, right? And like the way you talk doesn't like it, like I mean maybe it was a thing a long time ago. I feel like same with the nerd thing, right? I feel like no, I don't think, well, I don't know, maybe this is his selling point, right? I'm trying to remind myself, this guy got popular in the early 2010s as a like intellectual voice on the right at a time where there really weren't any. There weren't a lot. There was like Rush Limbaugh was still around. Michael Wiener Savage was doing something somewhere. But yeah, the reason that he popped off as the cool kids philosopher is he's conservative and he's able to sound intelligent. Because at that time, people still read his voice and his like cadence and the speed of with which he talks, and I guess to some degree his vocabulary. People still read that as like, oh, here's the brain. He's a really smart guy. Oh no, this guy knows what he's talking. Listen to this guy, right? And I feel like I don't know. It doesn't hit the same. Maybe I'm wrong. Mike Tyson could kill you, and his voice was high pitched. Good point, Joshua.
I was 17, and they said, we'd love you to write a syndicated column. So pretty much all of my bad ideas since I was 17 have been public, which is, you know, an interesting way to live for sure.
So 17, I mean, that's pretty remarkable, that young age. You have a syndicated national column, and a few years later, 20, you have published what, 2 books by then?
So you're right. My first book came out when I was 20 from, it was.
Okay. So he's not trying to do the thing. It's a great way to like undercut Ben Shapiro's credibility is to talk about his upbringing, talk about his, you know, attempts to get into the, you know, film industry, and his failure, and talk about his, maybe resentment towards what he felt to be a liberal Hollywood establishment, right? A great way to get his goat is exactly that. I thought maybe Gavin could be doing this, like just giving him probably way too much benefit of the doubt. Because yeah, no, Gavin is you know, he's not I don't think he's having any of these right wingers on his show to hurt their brands, right? Because that hurts his ability to get guests in the future. He's low energy these days. He's low aura.
Sort of an expose of leftism on college campuses. I think
some little expose on the college campuses. They're getting really liberal over here. Like, do you know what your taxpayer money is going to fund? The kind of indoctrination of the.
I'd say it was a little ahead of
wokeness
of its time. And then I went to Harvard Law School at 20, and I wrote a couple of more books while I was at Harvard Law. And when I came out, I came back to LA and I practiced at a real estate firm or real estate wing of a major law firm called Goodwin Procter.
Right.
I practiced there. I lasted for about 10 months, decided I hate it, quit. I remember walking into the boss's office and saying, I hate it here and I want to leave. And I remember him turning to me and saying, you're never going to make as much money as you're making right now.
Gosh, yeah.
And I've been wanting to send him some tax returns for a few years now. But, it all worked out. Politics was something that I was always very invested in. And so my sort of political approach generally is that I'm much more invested.
Is he really going to skip over the scripts that he wrote?
In principles than personalities. I care much more about,
because I mean this is the whole thing about the whole Daily Wire, right? Is made up of people who attempted to enter into media or film or television or music and failed, right? And hold some sort of resentment over to what they believe is some kind of like liberal establishment.
The ideas than I do about sort of the gossip aspect of politics.
Right.
I think that's unfortunately becoming less common.
Right.
I think that, it's great that you're having me on. I really appreciate that. I like the exchange of ideas. I've always liked the exchange of ideas. Yeah. And so that's still, I hope, what animates me, what animates.
Gavin's like, I just had you on to mog you.
Yeah.
Love that. You're obviously known as, people have described you in so many different ways.
I can't do it, chat. I can't.
Bro. I mean, is there quick wits? I mean, obviously.
They call you like a debate bro, an edgelord.
Next level intellect, ability to quickly distill facts and figures. You talk about facts over emotion, et cetera. But were you that person in high school? Were you that person in middle school? Or did that take
I was pretty combative in high
UCLA?
school, I would say. I'd skipped a couple of grades. So I skipped 3rd and I skipped 9th.
Wow.
And so I was much younger and much shorter and much skinnier and much more of a wise ass probably than some of the other kids in my high school class. And so high school was not exactly a joy for that reason.
Right.
But I've said before that obviously.
What do you think about skipping grades? I remember I did it basically because I found out I could. Like, I figured out a way to get the requirements done for my high school in my junior year. But I'm not sure it's a good idea. Like, on a social level, right? I feel like I don't know high school was not a pleasant social environment. I much more enjoyed the college social environment, but I wonder if like another year of maturity might have, benefited me. And with Ben Shapiro saying that he skipped 2 grades, Like, I'm just imagining, this is 10 or more years ago. This weenie guy comes into, college, and he's 2 years younger than everybody else. I feel like that's a recipe for a bad time. I don't know. I mean, like, it does suck that, like, education can't be more, tailored to the individual. Obviously, people learn at different rates, and, some people get frustrated by the slowness of the curriculum. Some people, could use a little bit more time on certain subjects, right? But obviously, you can't. There's a limit to how much you can customize it. But I don't know, developmentally inappropriate for elementary and middle school. Wait, what? I just wonder if sending this guy to college. Like, I knew a guy that had, like, I mean, he was a junior by the time I knew him, but he had come into college like, basically at the age of a junior in high school. And he got, like, kind of, he got, like, singled out. I don't know, treated bad, right? Just, I don't know. He had a tough time socially because he was basically a high school student in college, right? That's what I'm trying to get across, right? It was not a great social situation for him, according to his own description.
Bullying is
Just stay in college an extra 2 years. I mean, Cuomo, I like the way you're thinking, because, like, yeah, like, high school was fucking miserable. Middle school was, like, the worst for me, but high school was fairly miserable, and then college was so much better. But I still wonder if, like, I don't know, if I lost anything by, kind of starting it a year early.
is terrible, but being bullied can be sort of a make or break situation for you, meaning that a lot of the people that I know who are very successful went through a lot of adversity in that age range, and then you sort of develop an attitude.
Yeah, I think we have something similar, Rave. We call them, like, advanced placement courses that you can end up in a you can end up taking college courses in high school, or sometimes even going to, like, a local college for, like, one of your classes while you're in high school, and then getting college credit for that.
The attitude is, okay, I can either use this as fuel and grist for the mill and say, listen, I'm going to take all of that negativity and channel it toward more strength and more positivity and building, and maybe you get a little bit of a chip on your shoulder sometimes, or you can kind of let it break you down.
And do you remember, I mean, some of the specific instances where you had that kind of exchange? Where was it political? Was it because, I mean, the fact you're always younger, a little bit smarter, maybe you're quick-witted? I mean, do you remember any?
Political, interpersonal?
Yeah.
But I remember, being the kind of kid who, when I was 16 years old, there was a program at the UC system that was all about affirmative action at the UC system. I remember there were about 1,000 people who were protesting down in the plaza over there, and I believe I was the only counter protester.
Interesting.
And I would show up and do that sort of stuff.
Did you? I mean, was it the confidence, or was it gumption? What was it? I mean, was it something your parents distilled in you? Just stand up for ideals, strike out?
I think it was more stand up for ideals, but also, from the time that I was young, I never had any problem with being in crowds or being in front of people.
You were a performer after all.
Yeah, exactly. I played violin, and so if you spend a lot of time playing, a rigorous sort of set of pieces in front of people, and you do that over and over and over, it kind of gets rid of whatever trepidation you might have about being in front of people and doing that sort of thing.
Was there a moment when you sort of developed a next level confidence? You're like, wait, I'm pretty good at this. Or was it the writing that was doing?
I'm not sure. I will say, I don't think that it's ever good to develop next level confidence, meaning I think you got to prep for everything.
Right.
One of the things that I try to do is really over prepare for my show. If I'm going to have a debate or a discussion with somebody, I really try to dig.
Okay, look, on the writing, does Gavin Newsom know what Ben's writing is like? This is another dark secret for Ben, right? There's a few things in Ben Shapiro's life that are just fucking embarrassing. Like, I mean, there's the clip of him hitting a speed bag and it bouncing back and like hitting him in the head and knocking him across the way. I mean, that's embarrassing, but he's literally a kid when that happens, so it's less embarrassing, I guess. There's the fact that he is a failed Hollywood writer, and then there is his fiction, right? Now, I don't know. I mean, is it possible that Ben Shapiro is a good writer of he's talking about his writing. I mean, I'm assuming he like wrote for a college paper or something like that. The thing about it is, though, that Ben Shapiro cannot fucking write. What is his writing like? Oh, yeah. What is his writing like indeed? What? Oh, Ben Shapiro, True Allegiance. So this isn't the only thing that he's written, but
thriller True Allegiance by Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with
Oh,
Ben?
this is by Ben Shapiro. Yes,
Yeah.
I heard one of these already. On your
Okay,
show. It's
so
terrific.
you're already familiar with Ben Shapiro and True Allegiance?
Yes.
At the very end, there's sort of the climax where there is a confrontation between General Brett Hawthorne and President Prescott that, is basically ripped from Decker, not from the headlines. So I'm gonna read to start out, and then hopefully we can we'll get the hang of it. But just to update listeners, where we laughed less, our heroes. General Brett Hawthorne, a bear of a man with a chin like a slab of granite.
Uncut.
Yeah, 6 feet, uncut. Daddy. He's just been liberated by special forces from. He was being held by Al Qaeda's Tehran branch, and he's been liberated by the special forces, and he's now free again. And I'm going to begin here where he's talking to his wife, Ellen Hawthorne, who is the chief of staff to Texas Governor Bubba Davis, who's sending the dang troops to secure his border no matter what the president says.
Previously, President Prescott threatened to throw Governor Shedhead in jail for protecting his border.
Yeah. And he's not going to stand for it. But this is now, I'm going to read here. This is the reunion between Ellen and Brett. The phone rang. Ellen hastily checked her bedside clock. It read 7:56 a.m. She'd overslept. She'd taken a sleeping pill to calm herself down after the president's speech. The determinedly cheery ring continued. She leaned over, picked up. Ellen Hawthorne, she said groggily into the phone. It's me, baby. Involuntarily, tears sprang to her eyes. Oh, God, you're all right. Brett. We don't have time, baby. I'm here. I'm fine. I can't tell you where I am right now for security reasons. We're not in American airspace yet, but I need you to call Bill. She immediately snapped to attention. Brett didn't need the loving wife right now. He needed the partner. She'd put on that hat so many times, it sprang to her without delay.
You could almost say that she put on the beard.
I need you to conference in Bill. He'll know. Why can't you call him directly? I can't explain. I'm your only call. They're monitoring it. You got it. She scrolled through her cell phone until she came to the name Bill Collier. She dialed.
That's how I also find people on my phone.
She dialed. On the first ring, General Collier picked up. This is Bill.
Fuck you. This is crackling writing, by the way. I'm on the edge of my seat.
This is Bill. Bill, this is Ellen. I've got Brett on the other line. I need to conference you in.
Hell yes.
Do it. She put them on the party line. Okay, she said, we're all together. This is, like I said, I'm glad he had this dialogue to let you know how the conference call turned out.
Brendan, can you actually put this in the show now when we're figuring out Skype and shit? Take a cue off Ben.
That's literature.
Glad to hear you're alive and kicking, kid, said Collier. Thought you'd bitten it that time. Bill, I need you to get your boys on something. I need them to find a known associate of Ashami. His name's Muhammad. By the way, they're doing a conference call because the call is being monitored, and I guess the implication here is once you go on conference call, they're like, "We've lost it, we've lost it."
President Prescott is listening on the other end, and he's like, I was going to listen to them talk to Bill, but I have to go eat dog.
So he goes, "Right, I'm on it. I'm looking for a guy named Muhammad. Done." He says he's coming.
That's easy. That's not a common name at all.
Really got it narrowed down.
Oh.
Well, General Bill Collier says that's like finding a guy named Juan in Mexico. But so they get off the conference call, and this is the tearful reunion between Ellen and Brett. She says, "Are you okay, honey?" Ellen asked after she knew Collier had clicked off the line. She could hear him sigh audibly. "I don't know, sweetheart."
Well, I hope so.
It's that kind of shit, right? This is why you read or listen to Chapo read Ben Shapiro, right? He sighed audibly.
I don't know what I'm doing
She
here.
wouldn't have been able to hear him sigh if it hadn't been audible.
I don't know.
You never know.
Oh, sweetheart, I don't know what I'm doing here, why I'm doing it, what they did to my guys in Afghanistan. I know, sweetheart, I know. Ellen, I wasn't supposed to live. That wasn't the message I gave. I blinked airstrike, not tactical mission, not rescue, airstrike.
He's like General Brett Hawthorne is like Nick Mullen. He learned Morse code just because he thought it would be funny to learn it.
Oh yeah, the other thing is this Brett Hawthorne guy, I think, is he's basically a stand-in for Ben Shapiro. He is described as, if I remember correctly, basically looking like Ben Shapiro, but like buff and hot and, you know, tall, and yeah, this is what Ben Shapiro, you know, this is the guy that Ben Shapiro wishes he was.
Yeah, Tim, the backstory there is that General Brett Hawthorne was about to be executed.
Not true allegiance. It was relevant, Davi. We're watching a debate. We're watching Gruesome Newsom go all in on Benny Boy, and well, we're trying to decide though, like, you know, how what his disposition actually is, because like at first when he brings up his early career, his pre Daily Wire days, I'm thinking you're gonna ask him about his, you know, so it seems like you were trying to be a writer in Hollywood. How did that go for you, right? It seemed like maybe Gavin was trying to disgrace him a little bit. But no, he didn't go in on that. And then he brought up his writing. And I was like, oh my God, there can only be one reason. There can only be one reason to bring up Ben's writing.
In a terrorist ISIS video, but he blinked the GPS coordinates in Morse code of where he was, and then airstrike with it. And
wait a minute, so he's mad at the pussy president for not killing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He let Ashami get away, goddammit.
I'm sorry, are you saying a shaman?
Ashami is the name of the
terrorist?
Iranian Taliban Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, this is the Iranian branch of the... Wait, what is it? The Iranian branch of Al-Qaeda is what he said.
Agent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, right?
There's one last detail from this chapter.
They just have a, it's a franchise, and somebody opened one up in Iran, I guess.
You'll remember in the prologue to this book features a mother and child being... crushed to death when the George Washington Bridge is blown up by terrorists. Now the narrative has caught up to that atrocity, and it's already happened. And this is a great line from Ben here. She says, she glanced at the television. The rescue...
Brett Hawthorne is a bear of a man. Oh, yeah, that's true. And Ben is more of an otter. It's not more otter?
Crew was pulling another body from the water. a young girl wearing a Disneyland sweatshirt.
Oh no! What is up with the kids in the like pop culture clothing? Right? Like I gotta find you the kid in the Bart Simpson T-shirt, right? Or he keeps on going back and forth. I think to whether it's Bart or Homer Simpson, but you know, it's like he's writing about something that's happening in, I don't know, 2011 or something like that, and or maybe later, and we're getting references about that would have been like applicable in the 90s.
Ben has this knack
see,
for
that's a callback. That's good writing.
Yeah.
Ben has a knack for including details about the clothes people are wearing that are just
like that Homer Simpson shirt.
Yeah,
that, Black Youth was wearing when he got shot.
Mm-hmm.
As Officer Starin Bilson accidentally put the kid in a wheat thresher, his apu was turned into bits of confetti and thrown out of the.
It's a Homer Simpson T-shirt, which I guess they didn't really make a lot of those in the 90s. It was more of a Bart Simpson thing.
The exhaust.
But I just like that additional detail about the little girl's body, and she had a Disneyland sweatshirt on. It's just that added touch of innocence being just violently rendered from this world.
I do not know what a Disneyland sweatshirt looks like. That's just like saying, oh, the child was wearing a children's shirt.
The child was wearing jeans with embroidered on the back, "I hope I never get killed by Islam. I'm 8 years old."
I was just going to add that, this is bad, but it's not Homeland bad.
Yeah. Tim is right. In Homeland, the terrorist literally would be named like Quran Jihad Muhammad, and
conveniently living next door to Carrie or whatever. We were watching by the that's the one thing I was watching when we were doing the last season of Homeland. We're doing Decker. I was like, this isn't that different.
It's not fucking different at all. It's not different.
There's
at
fucking
all.
like 8 people in the world that where everything that happens in the world kind of flows through these 8 people, and they're always like in the room together and stuff. And that was inspiring to me.
Carrie, the biggest terrorist in the world is renting your downstairs basement as an apartment, and due to international law rules, you can't arrest a tenant.
You should have maybe Decker could have a bipolar episode, a failed suicide attempt, and then we'll just get right back on it while sleeping with the head of Al Qaeda.
Yep.
So,
I mean, it's like how Clara writes
right.
black people.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. It's because it is incredible.
It is incredible. It's I still have not read my copy of it, but I'm looking forward to it.
I don't want to read it. I want to be surprised every time I get another fresh gem.
So we've already introduced the character of Brett Hawthorne. He's the youngest general in American history. He's a tough, take no prisoners, no bullshit kind of guy. Carved from granite, 6'3", slightly hairy, just enough hair.
Uncircumcised.
Uncut. Okay, now I'm going to, like I said, every chapter alternates what a perspective between these characters. So I'm now introducing in chapter 2, President Prescott.
What is with this fucking whack?
Sorry, the chapter heads look like the sort of like cutouts in a ransom letter. It's excellent book design.
Yeah,
that's how we know it's a dystopia.
Interior limo. President Prescott is smoking crack.
Oh my God, Sasha G, you just hit so many gifted memberships that it made my cursor disappear. Wow. It bricked my computer. Seriously, that's so many wows. Kaylala, you just got weaseled. Peepo Kiss, you just got weaseled. Lady Rocksock Soxo, you just got weaseled. MZ1313, you just got weaseled. Austin S. Grow, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Sasha G. Wait, did he say? Should I write? Like, I don't know. This is like the big. Like, I want to find the Bear of the Man thing and the Homer Simpson T-shirt.
Now, we've had a fun time, and I talked earlier about getting out of the bubble, And I like to think that one of the things we've done on the show this year is help people, our listeners, get out of the bubble, get out of the echo chamber through a little feature called the Chapo reading series. That's how I break.
Yeah, it's like the ground news of reading series, right? If you are afraid that maybe you're in a liberal echo chamber, and that like maybe Trump is actually doing pretty well and everything's going great, and the tariffs are making so much money, and you're going to get a dividend check from those tariffs, and then you can get ground news to show you that. And if you want to. If you're tired of reading like Rosie O'Donnell's new book and Jake Tapper's new book, and then the Chapo reading series will get you out of that with the Ben Shapiro, the cool kids philosopher, and his hot new book True Allegiance.
My bubble is I read from intelligent conservative authors who I may disagree with them profoundly on many issues, but
just like Gavin Newsom. Wow, who knew? Chapo's just like Gavin Newsom.
I still think it's good that you have to you have to respect everyone.
Hey, at the end of the day, we're all people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, some of us are people.
Some of us are magic. Some of us are superheroes.
But
so what you're really saying is that it's important politically to hate read things that make you angry.
Yeah,
because
absolutely. I'm saying what you need to break out of the echo chamber, the bubble, is the right mix of sadism and masochism to expose yourself to things like we do. And to close out this year on the reading series, I'm dipping back in now to...
Okay, so this is actually the second time they covered True Allegiance. That's why we don't get the Bear of the Man description quite yet. I'm just going to go by the most replayed moments on YouTube.
Oh, we had so much of that under Obama. The fucking inflation was crazy. I remember last time I went to the grocery store, I had to bring a fucking wheelbarrow full of cash.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a secret.
Did I know that Gavin Newsom is fighting against the tax? Yeah, he's fighting against the billionaire tax, right? This is they're trying to put it on the ballot next election, right? And he is fighting this tooth and nail. Gavin Newsom. Look, here's the deal with him, right? He is all bluster and no balls. That's Gavin Newsom, right? He will tweet at Trump in all caps. He'll jump into the limelight to catch attention, but when it comes time to actually, take the policy, which is really what you should care about, right? It's not just about team sports, right? You're not voting because you like these guys better than the other guys. You're voting because you like this shit that these guys are ostensibly going to do better than that shit that those guys are ostensibly going to do, right? And with guys like Gavin Newsom, you get to have like your team in power, but it's they're stabbing you in the back constantly. It's just like, everything that you thought you were getting out of that, right? He's throwing you under the bus. Are you trans? Oh, I'm sorry. You won't be playing any sports, right? So anyway, here, and if it'll make him a new conservative friend, right? Or make it broaden his appeal. The thing is though, he's broadened his appeal so much with the Shapiro thing, and you're going to see what it's not just that he had Shapiro on, right? Which again, if he just wanted to argue with these guys, that'd be one thing. But no, he brings these guys on for him to make certain concessions, which you'd think are pivots that he would take after having won the primary, because at this rate, chat, he's going to have a hard time. He's going to have a hard time in the primary, even if there aren't any other standout candidates.
Secret family that I abandoned because of the budget deficit. It just made my life untenable. It's too hard to raise a kid with this deficit so out of control.
The podcast makes $30,000 a year, but in pre-Obama money, that's like 20.
Yeah.
Prescott was deathly afraid of becoming Jimmy Carter, and he was right on the precipice of having his worst fears realized. When Mark Prescott ran for president, he didn't know what he'd be inheriting. He was no babe in the woods. He was a hardened ideologue, a product of the Chicago machine.
A hard ideologue. A rock-hard
I think he's imagining Rahm Emanuel.
ideologue.
The hand-picked protege of the power brokers. but he hadn't quite contemplated the nature of the country he'd be handed once elected. And then he goes on to just like basically rehash. His opponent, General Hart, had been a militant and boring old man. It also didn't hurt that his presidential predecessor had been
A militant and boring old man? What the fuck?
an unpopular member of Hart's party. Again, this is Ben is like masterfully shading, what's going on with these characters.
What a
here.
creative mind.
Yeah, I love how like before every line it's like, but he didn't care about the budget deficit. Right, then the next line is the president going, I don't care about the budget deficit.
This is a window into how Ben views the world, and this is what he really believes about the fucking deficit and shit. The president just said, I don't care that we can't pay for it. Just spend the money on
print more money. Make it bigger.
spend the money on the thing,
Now
which
you-
is how he writes it.
Now-
I need the money for this action.
Yeah, you don't know what he's funding.
Now you guys joke, but this chapter goes on to say that President Prescott, he just knew he had to end his predecessor's wars, no matter the cost, and then spend all the money on like food.
So it's definitely supposed to be Obama on one level, but with maybe like, I don't know, Rom's
Stamps and big government programs. Literally, this is I'm not. This is almost verbatim. And then he's like, it's all about he's going to borrow money from China to create like a new deal, basically, and that's how he's going to save his administration.
a Green New Deal.
And then he's going to
Jack.
so he's going to go on TV to like announce the new thing. So the new.
This is the part where he sexually describes his Madeleine Albright character. Oh no.
Socialist program that is not socialism, wink. So it says Prescott always enjoyed this part of the process.
You think that Gavin Newsom is going to win because he's charismatic? Look, he's a good speaker, but he looks like a fucking used car salesman. He might. I gotta press X to doubt on that charisma, okay? Like, there's something about him that is just like, to the extent that he does look like, he's charismatic. It's a little too on the nose, right? It's like a political consultant's idea of what charismatic is. And, it doesn't have authenticity, which is the thing that resonates with people, at least, these days, right? I think that his charisma might actually be his downfall, or his lack of charisma, or what looks to a lot of America, honestly, as like false charisma, right? And if you can match some of that up with like the job he's done as California governor, his failure to support a popular policy like the billionaire tax, I think he's infinitely vulnerable to a challenger. I shouldn't say, I'm saying it like he's the incumbent, but you're right that he is the, he is like the front runner right now, 3 years before the event.
The part where the pretty girl hovered over
Charismatic like a vampire.
him with a makeup brush and her palette spread before her. He could finally relax. Everything would be on the teleprompter, and nobody.
That's what I'm saying, Davy. That is what I'm saying. California Democrats don't appeal outside of the state. People will try to say that about people, like AOC and Zoran. I think that it's more true about people like Gavin Newsom.
He knew how to read from a teleprompter, like Mark Press.
Like, that's what blows my mind is like, wait, this guy, people are looking at him and saying charismatic, right? Because like, to me, it's like just, it's the opposite almost.
Oh, yeah. I also like,
You know what? Fuck him for that. Fuck him for the fucking teleprompter thing, because I remember, all of us sensible libs spent 8 years being just infuriated by the teleprompter thing, because as we all knew, every fucking president in history used the goddamn teleprompter. But little did we know that teleprompter thing was slowly being internalized by the entire Republican electorate, because I cannot not believe that a big portion of the reason that Trump was so appealing to the mass of idiot Republican primary voters is that he clearly did not use a teleprompter.
No.
If there's ever been the only politician basically in history who never used a teleprompter is fucking Donald Trump. And how many people watched him stammer through an insane stream of consciousness and thought, Yeah, he sounds like his brain is degenerating from Creutzfeldt-Jakob syndrome.
Mad cow disease.
Does not have a fucking teleprompter.
I mean, yeah, how would you write out on a teleprompter, like, folks, believe me, I beat Rosie? You wouldn't write out just that insane bullshit on there.
Sorry, just a little bit more before the tele. So he says, Mr. President, said Bradley, you're on in 2. Bradley shooed away the makeup artist, a hot number in her mid-20s. Exactly the kind of girl Prescott's wife hated.
Also, Prescott didn't like.
Trying to bring in a little Bill Clinton too. So yeah, it's Barack Obama / Rahm Emanuel / Bill Clinton as one hated Democratic politician.
Like her because he was a gay homosexual.
As Bradley was about to push her out the door of the Oval Office, Prescott laughed. Tommy, just calm down. We've done this a thousand.
Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Cuomo did 9/11. Okay, I hadn't read that out yet, but now I did. So yeah, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
1,000 times, he said, let the young lady stay. Then he winked at her. She fluttered her eyelids.
Newsom invented Hawk Tuah for wafers. What?
Just to be clear,
Okay, I get it.
Ben Shapiro's had sex maybe once in his life.
Yeah, I don't even want to say the full.
Yeah, he has one kid, therefore he has.
You need to ask Nick about this chat. I'm so tempted. I can't. We don't have time. I've got actually Thai class today, so there's no way. I want to make sure we have time for bonus content. We're up to 36 now, so we may very well unlock some bonus content. I want to make sure that I got plenty of time for that. But I so want to, like, I don't know. I can't show you. No, it's too bad. Like, it's awful, chat. It's awful. But yeah, Nick Mullen, has like the funniest Ben Shapiro, impersonation I have ever heard. And it is 100% inappropriate.
We had sex once. He famously wrote an article bragging about being a virgin while he was in law school.
Oh, I forgot about that. He was like, my honeymoon is going to be so fucking awesome. Because the rest of y'all, like, you're not going to feel shit on your honeymoon, right? It's going to be like, you know, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. But me and my fiance are in store for the most, you know, sensual night of discovery of like God's gift to married couples, right? We're going to enjoy the sweet, sweet fruit of the Garden of Eden together. What did I walk into? Just me sexualizing the book of Genesis, I guess. Nothing too big.
Sex scene in this book?
Not yet. Not yet.
I mean,
well, that description of Brett Hawthorne was close enough.
President Bobama
I want to
put his stuff in her ass.
I want to get to 2 more characters here. So real quick. So President Prescott goes on TV and like announces that he's going to do socialism.
Crowder, who wrote that article? Wait, which one?
Okay, so the next chapter is Soledad, and there's not that much that's funny in here to read from, but basically Soledad Ramirez is just like Ben Shapiro's version of Sarah Palin as like a white Latina, basically.
Yeah.
In this, she's a rancher from Central Valley, California, and like the government shut off her water or something, and she had to like shut off her family.
Eminent domain. The eminent domain for water.
His farm and laid off the immigrant who worked for her. And then there's a description about how the immigrant who worked for her, but like came here the right way, and she was trying to sponsor his citizenship, had to move to inner city Los Angeles, and his son Juan was killed when he wouldn't join a gang. And that's when Soledad is like, I'm going to fight the government.
All because of the government's damn water rights.
She decides to fight the government and actually pulls off an act of domestic terrorism by blowing up some government office on the weekend, but makes sure very careful not to kill anybody. So like, but Ben is 100% in favor of this, which is funny.
You know, like when I think about who Ben Shapiro's influences as far as fiction, it's got to be like Ayn Rand.
Super chatted $9.99. How TF is he a NYT best-selling author?
Oh my
Tears of
God.
Joy Butterfly.
This whole best-selling author thing is a little bit of a scam. From my understanding, if your publisher backs you enough, you will be. If your publisher wants to push you, you will be a New York Times bestseller. It's kind of like what radio play was back in the day, right? it doesn't mean radio, you know, your place in the KC top 40, you know, didn't really represent how much Americans liked your song. It was how much DJs, well, not even DJs, right? Because they kind of get pressed like in different ways. First, it was like the payola scandal where they're literally paid to play, you know, different songs. But then later they found ways to do it. They found like ways to kind of get in there and put something in the hands of the DJ in order to get the music. But anyway, yeah, the New York Times bestseller list, right? I think they pre-purchase their own books or something. There's some scam that goes along that they do to get these people on the bestseller list. And so it's actually not hard at all. It just represents like a publisher having a certain amount of like, you know, hopes, I guess, for your book.
And then there's this
That's
like
what
sort
the
of
Weathermen did.
This is exactly. Yeah, she's like a conservative weather gal. And there's like it devolves into this like Bundy Ranch style standoff between her and the federal government. Okay. This is the money shot here. We get to the.
I'm just imagining this like Sarah Palin, and she's got her like knife, and she's holding up a turkey, and she's like, "I'll kill this turkey. I will. I'll kill it right in front of. I'll kill it right in front of all the kids and everything. I will. You get off my land, feds, or the turkey gets it. Gobble gobble."
Chapter Levon. You'll remember from the
bigger inspiration for his books is the Turner Diaries, but just like the names of the characters they're kind of reminding me of Ayn Rand.
Description Levon
and the way that it's this disjointed Seinfeld ass plot. You know what I'm talking about? One in chat if you've read Ayn Rand. Crickets. Nobody's actually read Ayn Rand. I mean, I guess I don't blame you because it's like I don't know how I got through it, but yeah, just like there's all these different characters that represent, you know, what Ayn Rand loves or hates about, you know, politics, and they're, you know, kind of have these stories that are separate at first, but then they come together. You've read, okay, so some people out there have actually read. You know, hopefully Atlas Shrugged, right, a little bit, because that's her magnum opus. But yeah, it's just like all these people that are like, you know, either they're good because they're idealist, individualists, or they're evil because they are collectivists, and she just like hammers you over the head with that the whole. In fact, so bad, chat, so bad. Like the whole world makes a giant monument. I don't want to spoil it. Should I give spoilers for Atlas Shrugged, The Fountainhead? Oh, the one, the rapey one. Okay. No, like it's see, that one's just about an architect that really has like he wants his building built, and if it, you know, he has to blow shit up, he's not gonna let those damn collectivists like ruin his individualist artistic design, right? I don't know. Supposed to be Frank Lloyd Wright, I guess, is who she modeled Howard Rourke after. I was recommended her in essay. Wait, in essay? Wait, what? I'm sorry. That means something else, I'm sure. Anyway. We'll get back to the debate. I'm sorry. This is a little bit of a diversion. This is a field trip. We're doing a field trip.
Was the
chat? I should make this like the Magic School Bus, shouldn't I? Like you do a field trip, and then you go back. To, you know, like I don't know. Everything seems like a field trip though when you're streaming.
Race Hustler.
Yeah.
Okay, this
and
is
also a great Elton John song.
Wait. Sorry. What's a
and there's like it devolves into this like Bundy Ranch style standoff between her and the federal government. Okay, this is the money shot here. We get to the chapter Levon. You'll remember from the description, Levon was the race hustler.
Yeah.
Okay, this is
Levon.
Also a great Elton John song.
Wait. What is the Elton John song?
Yeah. He just got back from the hip hop factory he owned.
This chapter begins, Detroit was a shithole, but it was his shithole. That's the way Levon Williams thought of it.
I want to hear more about guys' shitholes from.
This is like the race hustler guy. This is what who would this be to him? Like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. You know, this is like who people would consider, conservatives at the time would consider a race hustler. That they were trying to, you know, make a career or make a lot of noise about racial issues, but the implication being Levon. What is the Levon? Is there a song called Levon? I know. I thought I knew a lot of Elton John. Maybe I don't know as much as I think. Read The Fountainhead a million years ago. I was not convinced. Richard from The Sword of Truth really pulls himself up by his bootstraps. Doesn't even use.
He'd grown up in this shithole right near 8 Mile Road.
His palms were sweaty. The song is just called Levon? I feel like
stretch of street separating Detroit from Oakland County.
It's like a description from Wikipedia.
If only chat could sing it to me. I'd probably recognize
Detroit
it.
was 85% black with a median household income of $27,000 per year. Oakland County was 77% white with a median income of $65,000 per year. End up on the wrong side of the street and you could wind up carjacked, mugged, or beaten and left for dead. The emergency response time measured 25 minutes from City Hall to downtown Detroit.
Cringe from Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So basically, Levon owns a barbershop that's a front for his crack cocaine dealership. I'm not kidding. Oh my God. No, this is great.
Crack, because, you know, the drug of choice in 2016.
Very
in
popular.
America
Well, no, Ben
is fucking
acknowledges
crack.
this. Ben acknowledges this. He says
Because he watched New Jack City when he was a kid. And it's never
no. It
left
said
his head.
Levon's shop was a barber shop. It didn't stick out on the road. The clientele was mainly older black men. The younger men didn't like to hang out there for fear they'd be sucked into Levon's orbit. But the older men knew what was happening in the community.
What?
More importantly, they knew where the bodies were buried. Often literally.
Literally? Oh, no.
Clientele didn't spend a lot of money. Then again, they didn't need to.
Wait, he's imagining what, like, an owner of a barber shop in a black neighborhood to be some kind of gang boss?
Behind the swivel chairs, Levon and his crew shuttled
Or is he he's the race hustler? He's the politician guy too.
crack cocaine.
So he's saying the politician is literally involved in like violent crimes and gang activity.
That drug had gone out of style in the mid-90s.
Levon seems like a bit of a it's just like a name that J.K. Rowling would pick here.
1990s, thanks to the federal crackdown on crack dealers.
Say crack again.
The federal crackdown on crack dealers.
Cracking down on those crack dealers.
And then, like in
That's good writing. You use crack twice in one sentence like that.
And then he does an aside.
That's what we call bell-let.
He does an aside after the crackdown on crack dealers. He does an aside in Levon's character's head, I guess, or like in this omniscient third-person narration. Black politicians had been the biggest advocates of putting crack dealers on different footing than powder cocaine at the time. Nobody wanted to deal crack anymore, but Levon catered to a select population.
The hipsters.
Yeah, he's a boutique crack dealer.
Crack, ironically.
Pajama boy
Like
walked up
they
to
wear like New Balance and starter jackets and smoke crack.
They look like Adam from Cumtown, and if Adam Friedland and Pajama Boy walked up to Levon and said, "What
Was Adam the original Pajama Boy? I forgot about the Pajama Boys.
crack, please?" Levon thought in his head,
I missed the Pajama Boys. Anybody else miss the Pajama Boys?
I get to blame white flight on racism when really it's
Like as a pajama girl, I'm like
a consequence of market forces.
Adam Friedland walks into the black barber shop and says, "Yo, it's your boy, Young Lesbian. Let me get that rock." This chapter goes on, and Levon strong arms like a local business owner. And he says, Crawford's eyes narrowed. "But I don't trust you now, brother. That's why I'm here." Levon's eyes suddenly cleared. He smiled wide. "There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so," he said. Now Crawford looked confused. Levon's smile never faltered. "It's Shakespeare," he said. "It means you'll learn to trust me." Crawford laughed, loudly this time. He looked at Levon curiously. "Quoting dead honkies?" he twinkled. "You might be useful yet."
Dude, Clara Jeffrey wrote.
Monkeys.
She's the ghostwriter here.
I like how he
Does the word
specified.
jive turkey appear? I have to believe it does.
I like how they.
And this is the thing. Ben Shapiro was born in 1984. Like, what does that make him? Like Gen X or something? Wait, am I even? No, wait. Is he an elder millennial? He's an elder millennial, but he has like the pop culture palette of somebody, I don't know, 10 years older. It's strange.
Specified what everyone's eyes were doing.
Yeah.
That's so
Yeah.
useful to me.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Like, how does a
Wait, I'm trying to find this one section where like he describes Levon, who's another big, chiseled, strong man with big hands.
Big warm hands.
Yeah.
What psychology is going on here that like all the male characters are like 6'3" and Ben's about 5'4"?
Wait, no, like
all the male characters are bears while Ben is a twink.
Yeah, Ben's an otter.
It's an otter.
It's like
It's like
halfway-
Oh, they actually do
it's like
say-
a smaller. It's a kosher bear.
No, Ben is a fucking twink. Come on, he can't even raise to the level.
It's all the difference between a twink and an otter. All has to do with smoothness.
Yeah, well, I thought
the
it was about
hairier
hair.
you are.
Ben's,
Yeah.
Ben's
He's incredibly smooth. There's no
Ben is
smoother
totally
man.
otters are supposed to be hairy?
he's
Ben
smoother than the
Dreyfus.
Kasich boy.
He describes Levon, who also went to college, so he's a smart, educated brother. And then like he says, there's some line where Levon is like, he wasn't like the white conservatives that I debated in college. So like Ben inserts himself into this. He's like,
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. All right, let me see if I can find this.
He wasn't like the white conservatives I debated, who, yes, they were a little bit shorter than the average person. They made up for it with their intellect. And when they finally did have sex, it was better that they waited.
This is what I'm saying. You know, the wedding night sex, the wedding night first sex, it's like, you know, more pleasurable apparently than if you have first, before getting married, learned what you actually like.
It's like that scene from the climactic wrap off from the Mr. Show sketch, where Professor Murder goes, "Damn, this science is too tight."
Okay, so wait, I just want to so this chapter ends up with a description of a Detroit cop named O'Sullivan.
Fuck off.
Patrolling his beat, just wants to get home safe to his wife and kids. I think Ben literally writes that, and comes across basically a 10-year-old boy.
Here we go.
It said the voice wasn't deep; it was the voice of a child.
Here we go.
And the kid stood outside the door of the Quick Mart, legs spread, arms hanging down by his sides. A cute black kid wearing a Simpsons t-shirt and someone's old Converse sneakers and baggy jeans.
He definitely hit his head after watching New Jack City in 1991.
Yeah.
And then woke up, because this is some fucking vintage shit.
Ben Shapiro would have been 7 years old in 1991. That's what I can't figure out.
Not America in 2016.
A cute kid wearing the standard ghetto attire of a Simpsons hooded jacket with Bart Simpson, except Bart is black.
And it has like the Rasta colors behind it.
Yeah. And he's like, fuck off, pig. Don't have a cow, man. Is what the t-shirt said.
Don't have a
No, he
cow,
said,
man.
on
Eat my shorts.
his hip, stuck in those baggy jeans, was a pistol. It looked like a pistol anyway, but O'Sullivan couldn't see clearly.
Oh, this is going to be the police officer that kills the black kid, and you're like seeing it from his point of view, and you're like, oh gosh, it really did seem dangerous, and you know, like I don't know, it's justifying killing black kids, cops killing black kids.
Basically, Ben goes on to describe where like this kid just keeps saying "fuck you, honky, get out of my neighborhood," and laughing at the cop.
10-year-old saying
10-year-old
honky
in a Bart Simpson t-shirt and Converse sneakers tells this cop, "Fuck off, honky," and the cop O'Sullivan is like, "Put your hands up, I don't want to shoot you. I don't want to shoot you, kids." And he ends the chapter with this guy gunning down a fucking 10-year-old in the Quick Mart, and then of course like the gun is like it was a toy gun, the tip orange plastic. For a brief moment, O'Sullivan couldn't breathe. When he looked up, he saw them coming, dozens of them. The
Oh,
citizens
no.
of Detroit coming out of the darkness.
They're doing some. This is a primal racist trope, right? This right here.
The tip orange plastic. For a brief moment, O'Sullivan couldn't breathe. When he looked up, he saw them coming, dozens of them. The citizens of Detroit coming out of the darkness, congregating.
Coming out of the darkness.
He could feel their eyes.
Holding spears with bones through their noses.
Officer Ricky
shouting
O'Sullivan.
"Ooga booga booga."
Officer Ricky O'Sullivan sat down on the curb and began to cry. Oh, wait a second. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, Sullivan repeated as he moved towards the body, the smoke rising from his Glock. He pointed it down at the kid again, but the boy wasn't moving. The blood seeped through Homer Simpson's face.
It was Bart, right?
The blood seeped through Homer Simpson's face, pooled around the kid.
Now, I got to ask you, chat, did he forget that he had said that the kid was wearing a Bart Simpson shirt? Or is he implying that it's a shirt with Bart and Homer? I mean, I guess it could be like the one where Homer's strangling Bart, but you'd think he would have mentioned that instead of just being, oh yeah, it was a Bart Simpson t-shirt. Yeah, Bart's getting strangled here. Yeah, it's
God!
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Arak. Arak, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Ben's doing tropes. No way. Yeah, I'm so surprised. Well, I mean, like the people that buy into his act of the fucking, fast talking and the nerdy acting, right? People that think that he's actually somehow smart put my stuff towards Anna. Absolutely, Omega Star. It was Bart before. I think he said Bart before. Now it's Homer. Now the blood is gushing. Like, is it Bart on the front and Homer? I'm trying to think of the Simpsons t-shirts I've seen. Or Simpsons hoodies. I don't think I ever saw a Simpsons hoodie. Fiction writers I like who are conservative. They don't put their oh, you're thinking you're an Orson Scott Card fan. I got you, Beava. But yeah, thank you, Omega Star. Let's see, we're at 52, so we're like more than halfway there. We're living on a prayer. Content goal will make it, I swear. I can't sing that. Whoa, oh, living on a prayer. Ben's a bad, yeah, he's a really, and so it's like the whole idea that Gavin would bring up his writing, if he knows anything about this guy's writing. I can't imagine, chat. I mean, I know that, look, it's a different skill to write fiction versus journalism or whatever Ben might have written in addition. I think a school newspaper was mentioned, but if you don't get certain things in your fiction writing, I mean, you're not going to get them in your political writing. And you're going to like shit, like, reusing the same word, like just basic fucking shit that everybody, you work out like, that shit in like freshman, journalism classes or, your first semester at the newspaper. Like you get, your editor calls you in and says, hey, I changed a few things here, probably should try not to, or they give you notes and you go and rewrite it or something, like, right. It's like that, you get this stuff worked out, right? If you're any good at it. And if you're just oblivious to the fact of what your writing sounds like, then yeah, no, there's not really a lot that you can do other than try to find another medium.
Pooled
How
around
do you fuck that up? As William Hurt said one time.
The blood seeped through Homer Simpson's face, pooled around the kid's lifeless body. Duh-oh, O'Sullivan thought to himself. No, I just added that. That wasn't good. So that was that chapter. Okay, the last thing I want to read now.
By the way, that image is supposed to be poignant. This is Ben's idea of poignant. This is also what he actually thinks happened in encounters between black people and the police.
Yeah, get out of here, Cracker, said the 8-year-old wearing a Space Ghost Coast to Coast helmet. Officer Potato O'Famine took out his broadsword and beheaded the child. Oh no, he said.
Fuck you, honky, said the youth wearing the Macmillan and Wife t-shirt.
Wait, I don't even get that. I don't even get that reference.
Blood seeped out of Captain and Tennille's mouth.
Oh my god.
The child's last words as his dying breath left him. Nanu, nanu, pig.
The blood pumped out of his femoral artery, just like the pumps on the popular brand of sneakers he was wearing. So, okay, I had to jump ahead to the next Levon chapter. And if you thought that like this shit was like the Turner Diaries so far, get a load of this. This is the next Levon chapter. Levon felt the air around him crackle with energy. It was something he had felt before, just before a fight. The switch that went on.
This sounds like a Elton John song. It's not Levon though, right? Isn't that the one where he's like, it's called Your Song, right?
In his brain that notched the senses higher, made him more sensitive, the adrenaline flowing through his veins, the feeling.
I don't know, maybe every Elton John song sounds the same and I just haven't noticed.
You'd burst from the inside out if the fight didn't commence.
There's a TV show, McMillan and Wife? Were they like a law team?
And right quick. This is because Levon knew that he wasn't alone this time. It wasn't him taking on some gang rival or him debating some white Republican club sucker at the U.
I mean, you're getting closer to Jive Turkey.
So like I said, this is Ben inserting himself into this narrative.
Yeah. It wasn't getting decimated by his own life.
There was going to be flames and blood and the struggle and power. This was going to
what?
This was going to be death and mayhem and hope and glory.
Penetration.
This is a Clash song, by the way. This is going to be fucking big.
So
all
big
Levon
and
needed
hard.
was the cue. He discussed the cue ahead of time with the Reverend. It would come on television during a press conference Big Jim had planned to hold with the mayor in the aftermath of the Kendrick Malone killing. The killing of another young, innocent black man at the hands of the racist white establishment. The police targeting a kid, an unarmed kid for God's sakes, just because he happened to be black and happened to be out at night at the wrong time. The shooting had worked out precisely according to plan. Levon had one of his...
Wait, that was the right song? That's the song Levon? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know as much Elton John as I thought.
Boys give little Kendrick a $20 bill to go and harass the cop.
Jesus Christ.
Kendrick,
Oh my
of course,
God.
thought it was just a piece of good, clean fun. Messing with white cops was a rare joy. Made you feel like more of a man. And with all the big boys telling him how he'd be a boss in the neighborhood if he baited the cop.
Police commissioner, husband, and private detective wife, Rod Hudson was the oh no.
He'd been enthusiastic. He probably looked forward to coming home and telling his buddies how he
totally straight cop, Rock Hudson,
told that cracker-ass pig to go to hell and stared at him right and cursed. Okay, like I said, this book that Ben Shapiro wrote is the fucking Turner Diaries.
Yeah.
It really is.
The Turner Diaries was well written.
Yeah.
The Turner Diaries had a way more exciting plot. Like there's nukes and stuff.
And again, just to reiterate, in Ben's sick mind, he believes that black communities orchestrate these murders of their own
children.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's got to be wild to look like a celebrity like Robin Williams to the point where you get asked for autographs.
Like this all works out great for them. Like what does he think the end game is of this scheme is?
They get to buy.
Well, the President Prescott just is like, I'm so sorry your child was killed by the cops. Here's federally subsidized crack cocaine for your neighborhood.
We are sorry that this totally unexpected killing happened. We are going to double the deficit in little Kendrick's honor.
I didn't read, but I would bet dollars to donuts there is a moment where President Prescott says, if my son had a friend and he was black, he would look like Kendrick Malone.
Oh, guaranteed. That will happen.
In honor of Kendrick Malone, we are killing the...
Wait, so is Levon's probably supposed to be some amalgamation of, I don't know, it wouldn't be like Reverend Wright, but like I know the kind of character they're trying to imply that Obama might seem like he's on the up and up, but he's like connected to people like in his neighborhood that are like unsavory and that are like, you know what I mean? They're involved in organized crime, right? But it's not just, it's Obama, Rahm Emanuel, and Bill Clinton in one, I think, is President Prescott. Anyway, we've gotten waylaid long enough, chat. We got to get finished with this. As much as I would love to completely just make this entire stream a field trip. We got to get back to the classroom with Professors Shapiro and Newsom
again and get into what's true, what's not true.
Right.
I would much rather be over prepared. I think there's a certain level of insecurity that's good.
Yeah.
I think when you're overconfident, that's when you made mistakes. I think in my career, whenever I've made a
The
mistake,
Turner Diaries are significantly better written than this. What's the one that people have warned me that Day of the Rope supposedly is hard to get through. Day of the Rope is not very well written, not Day of the Rope. What is it? The one with the Camp of the Saints. That's Turner Diaries is Day of the Rope. Wait, I thought I heard somebody say that Turner Diaries was like very hard to read. Like you almost have to be that you almost have to be racist to like, you know what I mean? There's no but like at least the day that I mean, I don't know which one's more racist, Turner Diaries or Turner Diaries is literal. No, they're both kind of about genocide, aren't they? It's really hard to compare like one racist genocidal diatribe to another. But I don't know. It feels like maybe the Camp of the Saints had better characters. Like they got a guy named the Turd Eater there. I mean, obviously it's some kind of fucked up like racist stereotype that I am not French enough to understand, but
it's typically because I didn't take a challenge seriously enough, or I sort of brushed it off.
Yeah.
And you see that happen a lot. People sort of rely on their native intelligence as opposed to assuming that you're not going to be the smartest person in the room all the time. Remember when I was in middle school, so I went to Walter Reed in North Hollywood, and they had a magnet school, like a highly gifted program. And I remember there was an IQ test, actually, kind of a rudimentary IQ test that was the baseline to get in.
Right.
And I got in, but I didn't get in by leaps and bounds. And we, I remember first day of class, everybody was kind of passing around their IQ scores and all this kind of stuff. And one girl had above 180, really, really, really high IQ. And I remember going back home and talking to my father about it.
Yeah.
He said, listen, you should assume that you're never the smartest person in the room, but you can always be the hardest working person in the room.
Love that.
And that I think has been sort of the motto.
I love it. So
he's getting mogged. This whole fucking interview is just Ben Shapiro getting mogged. I think Gavin has set this up. I think Gavin has been watching Clavicular. And so that's what he's going to do now. He's going to always bring in guys that are shorter than him, like less muscular than him. Like this is what he's going to do now. Worse posture than him, less like socially aware than him. The real racist book is The Religion War by Scott Adams. Didn't he just die? We haven't talked about Scott Adams passing from this world. The most like kind of just like out of nowhere like racist guy. I try to explain to my dad, hey dad, remember the Dilbert guy? And he'd be like, oh yeah, those comics were really funny. And I'd be like, yeah dad, well it turns out that guy is racist. He'd be like, remember the dog, or remember the boss? And he had the devil horns. Yeah, that was really funny. No, dad, seriously, this guy's bad news. He's racist. Remember the dog, Dogbert? Remember the Catbert? And I'm like, no, dad, stop remembering like the plot of Dilbert and recognize that the guy that writes this shit is like, I could not get him to like believe it, right? He's like, no, the Dilbert guy, he's racist. Like, yeah, he's really fucking racist. Like unbelievably racist. I don't know what. Yeah, is Dilbert funny? I guess like maybe to my dad. I don't know. Like he worked in an office for a while, so maybe you got to work in an office.
You went, UCLA,
like in a like the what do you call those things? Like when you don't really have an office, but you kind of have this like little area that's supposed to be your own. Like the thing, it's in the middle of the room and it's like, but I don't think you even have those anymore.
LA undergrad. Here you are, 17, national syndicated columnist. A few years later, you got 2 published books about issues around the universe. As you say, you may have been a step or 2 ahead of most in that respect. And then issues around, I mean, it was interesting to
a cubicle,
the porn industry broadly defined.
Yeah, I was writing books about how the pornography industry was going to really carve out particularly young men's souls in about 2005. And at the time, people were saying, "Oh, this is crazy. What is he talking about?" Now, of course, I think that there are a lot of young men who have fallen prey to that industry, who needs less family formation, less general happiness, less sex.
I love the kind of guy that literally, like, unironically thinks that, like, guys being able to get porn on their phone is this, like, huge, like, and like, what's weird is it's always guys. Like, I never hear like a woman being like, well, I just think that, porn normalizes, kind of extreme, forms of sex that are often like not pleasurable to the, that it like encourages guys to, I don't know, like, right. It's never, I never hear like a woman being like, we need to stop porn. Right. It's always like a guy being like, the availability of porn, like, and they're making this thing like that. It's like, they can't stop looking at it, that all day long they're like fapping. And it's just,
actually, people who are kind of falling out of the social fabric that's necessary to build societies. I was calling that out in about 2005.
So interesting. Even in my State of the State last week, I referenced just one of many different statistics. But
so he thinks porn makes like what? Like corrupts men's soul. Yeah, he said like corrupts men's souls, hollows out their souls, right?
Half of young men have never.
I mean, like, I think it's the thing, isn't the thing that gets to guys a lot of times when they have access to porn, but they don't feel like they have access to a partner. And then the thing is to sort of like blame the porn, or like, some of the nofap guys will say that like they feel more motivated to try to approach potential partners when they're not masturbating or looking at porn. Wait, Allie Beth Stuckey, who is that?
Never asked a woman out in person on a date. So your point and emphasis in that, and I want to unpack that a little bit later as well in the conversation. But you started then to not only identify yourself in the context of your intellectual pursuits and expressing your point of view through writing, also sort of gifted capacity to engage in debate and speech. But then you found Andrew Breitbart was out and about in Southern California, and you took a job there. Working at Breitbart.
That had been in 2012 during the 2012 election. I joined Breitbart. I'd known Andrew actually since my UCLA days. So I'd known him already for quite a number of years.
What did you think of Andrew? A lot of
Andrew's a kick. So I think that there's sort of the, I mean, you're in public life, so there's, for a lot of people, there's sort of like the private person, and there's the public person. They're not quite the same. So Andrew, the private person and the public person were actually very much the same, I would say.
The robot lady is like ignoring you. Indeed. Scott Adams has decided, since trans people can choose their gender, he could pick his racial identity. So he decided he was black. Yeah. And then the week after that, he talked himself into thinking that what was this? He has some weird quote about, like, I don't want to, like, that he didn't want to, like he wanted to, like, he made it was some weird white separatist shit that he was talking about, right? Or he thinks it's dangerous to be around black people or something like that. But yeah, he's a weird old racist dude. Okay, so, but this all came from him trying to make a trans joke that he thought it would really kill, because, like, I don't know, maybe my dad would have laughed at his trans joke, right? If my dad thinks that the comics are funny, I don't know, maybe he thinks the transphobic shit is funny too. And that's what I garnered from Scott Adams, is like, he thinks he's still making people laugh, and so it's okay. I don't know. Wait, it's a conservative Christian influencer? Wait, who is? Maximus, I got you.
Till the end. Toward the end, I think that Andrew became very frustrated with a lot of the political system, media coverage. But the truth is that Andrew was, for the vast majority of the time I knew him, very garrulous, willing to have conversations with nearly anyone. I think that if you talk to people who knew Andrew really well, their best memories of him are things like him just rollerblading in Venice and then just having like political.
We're genuinely one of the grossest people. The thing about this is the thing that annoys me about Republicans is like Breitbart was a disgusting and very disingenuous liar, right? For a long time. And, you know, people kind of racked up proof this guy was full of shit time after time after time. The last time I remember seeing Andrew Breitbart, he was mad that the Occupy Wall Street encampments were happening. And so he walked down to, I think, Zuccotti Park or something. And he sees, like, you know, people down there. And he starts going like, why are you raping the people? Why are you raping? Why do you have to rape the people? Stop raping the people. Stop raping the people. Stop, like, right? Trying to, that's the level of conversation. He went down to Zuccotti Park to like try to, I don't know, imply that everybody there was a rapist and that you know, why won't you stop raping? Like it's like that's the parody. That's the like the example, the thought, like the why won't you? When did you stop beating your wife? Right? It's like the classic, like disingenuous debate approach to somebody, where you put them in a hole where, you know, if they say I didn't, like I don't know, it's too on the nose. It's too on the nose. He did that. He got really mad, and I don't know. Several weeks, several months later, the man had a heart attack. And I always think that maybe those things are related. I always think that maybe he would just like, he worked himself up into like a lot of anger. And then, one thing I'll say about Scott Adams is he was a true believer, using ivermectin as a cancer cure. Yeah, that's the other thing, is these people got so fucked up after COVID, or during COVID really, is when they started to lose it. So like, I think Adams was already like showing some, like I think he had already come out as right wing, and not just right wing, but just, you know, kind of crazy racist by then, I think. I don't know, but he's dead.
Conversations, taking somebody to coffee, like a random person. What I used to say to people about Andrew is that I knew Andrew for, you know, over a decade before he passed away. And if you knew Andrew for 5 minutes, you knew him about 95% as well as I did, because he was just very much there. Like, he was just on the surface. Everything that what you saw is what you got with Andrew. So yeah, I joined Breitbart in about 2012. It was during the Romney Obama election cycle.
Right.
What do you think? Do you think one of the other objectives here for a guest like this for Gavin is he trying to like introduce certain right wing figures and be like, look, here's Ben Shapiro. He's not so bad. We don't agree with him on everything, but he's a human being. Here's his story. He's just like you or me. COVID was when the internet fused with the real world, and unfortunately, it wasn't cool like Serial Experiments Lane.
I was there for a few years. I believe I ended up leaving in 2016, like early 2016. Right. There had been some sort of career transitions there in which I was taking other jobs at the same time. There was a point.
Okay, so we're skipping your failed writing career, that I take it.
Again, going under that sort of working hard rubric. There's one which I was working effectively 4 jobs. I was doing a morning show in LA where I interviewed you, actually. And then there was an afternoon show that I was doing in Seattle. So 6 hours of radio a day. I was the editor at large of Breitbart, which meant...
Scott Adams has an insane novel and worships Trump. I got to check that out. Behind the Bastards is what Biva is saying.
Writing a piece or 2 a day for Breitbart. And then I had also taken a job as the editor-in-chief of a website called Truth Revolt for the David Horowitz Freedom Center. So I was working 4 jobs simultaneously. And again, my advice to young people, particularly, you want to be successful, say yes to doing everything, even if it's for free at the beginning, because eventually saying yes a lot gets you the power to say no later on in your career when you can sort of winnow down what will make you successful.
And people, a lot of folks know this, but a lot of folks don't. Steve Bannon was down there working for Breitbart at the time.
Your good friend Steve.
You guys got along.
It's disturbing to me how many like supposed left wingers like somehow have an affable relationship. Like I even worry about Naomi Klein, right? I understand her interest in Steve Bannon is because he in some ways encapsulates the doppelganger effect. You know, his politics very much like lean into what is the, oh my God, I'm trying to remember the name of this. Querdenken was the German word for it, but it's like a political strategy to try to kind of diagonalism. Yeah. Diagonalism. She's basically trying to talk about, which we need to talk about diagonalism. It's a very useful insight into understanding how a lot of right-wing politics works. Certainly, you know, you could apply it, and I wish people would apply it to the 24 election instead of just being like, oh, I guess we were too nice to trans people, maybe too mean to cops in 2020, too nice to black people. This is because we blacked out our Facebook profile. You know, this is because we accepted pronouns in our email signature, right? They just like completely missed the point. And really, if you want to understand like the podcast strategy in particular, that is diagonalism, right? Taking an audience that is developed trust in a podcaster because of their commentary on MMA, pro wrestling, like any number of non-political things, then that person becomes somewhat of a trusted source for politics, right? And it doesn't work the other way, right? I think that Naomi Klein's book Doppelganger and it's not, diagonalism is not a concept she discovered by any means, but it's one that she kind of like, you know, pulled out from the, and it illustrated how much this is going on, right? How many of the, like Maha, for instance, right? Naomi Klein's got a chapter essentially about Maha and how health influencer shit just kind of got diverted over to right-wing shit and to anti-vax shit.
Initially?
I know.
Even in the beginning.
Steve is not the easiest person to get along with. I will say that.
We'll talk a little bit.
Defund the police was only an issue for Democratic politicians because they personally won't shut up about it. They seem to virtue signal about a lot of stuff that they obviously is not heartfelt for them. And then they blame the group that they're virtue signaling to when, you know, there's some kind of backlash to it.
More just briefly, I don't want
it's kind of sick
over index with Steve, but so you left in 2016, but in 2015 you more formally established what more commonly is identified with the Daily Caller, right? I mean, it was
Daily Wire,
Wire,
right? So Daily Wire we established formally in
2015, right?
So it would have been in the middle of the primary. So it would have been 2016.
Yeah.
That's when we formally launched, was a few months before the election of 2016. I
have a feeling this is going to be my best chance to take a bathroom break.
Had Jeremy Boring and I, who are business
Ben
partners.
Shapiro, please don't sue me.
He'd been working there, and he basically hit upon what was a social media arbitrage plan. He basically saw that you could market on social media in new ways, and that would bring you traffic. And we proposed this to the board. They legitimately did not understand what we were talking about because boards of nonprofits are famously, you know, sort of elderly and non-tech involved. And so we made a presentation. Jeremy was kind of fondly known as the stupid whisperer because we'd met with many Congress people, and I speak quickly, and Jeremy spoke slowly with a Southern accent, and so he would very often, you know, get across better to those Congress people who shall remain unnamed. Anyway, we met with the board. Jeremy sort of explained the marketing plan. They had no idea what he was talking about. They turned to me and they said, Ben, can you explain the marketing plan? I said, sure, very easy. I was frustrated by this point, so I took out a napkin and I wrote on it, $, arrow, Facebook, arrow, website, arrow back to $.
It's in your book.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that was the marketing plan, right? It was that you're going to spend money on social media in order to gain eyeballs. Those eyeballs would then provide advertising on your website, and then you would just direct that money back into Facebook. And so it was kind of a flywheel. And they fired Jeremy the next day. I quit a couple of days later, and then we basically took that plan out to market. We found a little bit of seed funding. It was about $5 million in seed funding originally. And we
Legit.
launched Daily Wire, which last year did $200 million plus in revenue.
How many employees now? Daily Wire?
We have about 220 employees at Daily Wire.
And you guys are doing, I mean, well, we can talk more specifically, but I mean, it's documentaries, it's movies.
Yes.
It's all this show. I mean, it's a whole suite of
we've
things.
tried to turn it into a semi-major media company, right?
Yeah.
I would say it's probably the second biggest conservative media company in the country after Fox.
So at the time, who were your mentors? Who were you looking up to at the time? Who did you want to become? Andrew obviously had a big impact, I assume, in terms of your trajectory. Who else was out there you were watching? Was it the Limbaughs of the world? Was it the Savages of the world? On radio?
Yeah.
Who
So,
was,
I think it was sort of a different thing in every industry.
Yeah.
So from a sort of ideological point of view, just being a great writer, be people like Charles Krauthammer.
Yeah,
which of course I love the writing. That's actually my favorite thing that I do, because I can sit there, organize my thoughts, and I happen to write incredibly quickly. So that's very nice. And then from a radio or podcast point of view, obviously Rush is sort of the granddaddy of us all in this industry. And so Rush was the guy who I grew up listening to on talk radio.
Yeah.
Him, Larry Elder, like everybody who's sort of in the LA radio sphere when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And then in sort of social media land, obviously Andrew was a major force in sort of showing what you could do in the new media. And so I'd say that triumvirate would be a pretty good way of defining.
What else? And were you inspired? I mean, at the time, just even beyond those examples, were there books you were reading at the time, periodicals that really inspired
So
you?
I read incessantly.
Yeah.
I've been reading 3 to 5 books a week since I was probably old enough to read.
Wow.
So, the books that I was reading on economics were things like Hayek, right? I spend actually less time engaging, I would say, with the non-traditional media space than I do engaging with books and great ideas, I hope. I mean, that's where I'd like to spend my time. Also, I'm lucky from Friday night to Saturday night, I can't engage with media, right? I'm an Orthodox Jew, so all of the electricity goes away.
Yeah.
And so I read a lot of books, fewer now than I used to because I have 4 kids now. But that means that if I want to, what's great about that for what I do is that if a topic comes up in the news, I have a pretty good memory bank to draw on in terms of a baseline of knowledge that I can then supplement with sort of further research. But I have a very strongly defined kind of worldview about everything from economics to foreign policy to social policy that I hope is rooted in some fundamental values, which means that I would say my level of political consistency has been pretty high over the course of the last couple of decades. I mean, I'm 42, about to turn 42 years old this week, and I've been in this industry for a quarter century. I started writing at 17. And if you read stuff from when I'm 17, if it wasn't highly dumb, which some of it is, but if you were to find a column I wrote when I was 23 and it wasn't one of the ones that was like trying to get attention and look at me, if it was one of my more serious columns, it would probably look a lot like the stuff that I'm saying today.
What do you make of the current media landscape? I mean, it seems to be the sort of dialectic between the old and the new, sort of the digital first and these legacy media companies. I mean, obviously podcasts becoming at least part of the I mean, it's a conversation. I don't know. We can get into the merits of overstating, over-indexing podcast influence. But so much of what you seeded and influenced in terms of the right-wing media, even in now, in some respects, what folks are trying to replicate with more progressive media voices. What do you make of the landscape today? How would you describe the current landscape?
I mean, it's highly fragmented. I think in some ways that's good. I think in some ways that's bad. It's had tremendous benefits in the sense that you don't have 3 networks and you have to rely on just those 3 networks. You can in real time fact check things. It's bad in the sense that while gatekeeping is difficult and obviously can silo off information that you need to have, if you have people who are algorithmically driven, who are desperate for clicks and desperate for attention and don't seem to care very much about the truth, and if there's kind of no pushback, then bad information can spin its way around very, very quickly. And it doesn't take long for people to draw extremely hard narratives about, I would say, convoluted sets of facts.
Yep.
And I think that, frankly, politicians sometimes have a position in doing this, because if you're catering to a base, and obviously, listen, everybody has to be aware of audience capture. In my industry, in politics, you have to be very aware of audience capture because you need to win votes. But I mean, just to take as a recent example, what happened in Minneapolis, I think that the normie response to what happened in Minneapolis is, this is obviously a tragedy from a sort of legal perspective. Putting on my lawyer hat, the intent of Renee Good is not relevant to the question of the intent of the officer, right? If you're gonna prosecute the officer, then you'd have to determine whether an objective, reasonable officer would have perceived that he was being threatened by her vehicle when he shot her. And it seems to me that you could voice a fairly strong defense in a court of law that an objectively reasonable officer, since he actually was nudged with the car at the very least, would have perceived it that way. Now, this immediately broke down into two separate narratives, both of which I think are untrue. One was a narrative that was immediately pushed by the Trump administration and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, that she was a domestic terrorist who was attempting to run over officers with her car and was legitimately trying, not just this officer, but multiple officers. That was the original statement. I said at the time, I thought that was untrue. And then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor, I do have to ask you about that.
Yeah.
That sort of thing makes our politics worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists.
Yeah.
A tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, when it comes to ICE, I mean, I'll ask you this just generally about policy with regard to ICE, because obviously it's become incredibly contentious given what the federal government is doing in states like California. You know, it seems to me that there have been a number of deportations from red states, right, where there are governors and localities working with ICE. California is a sanctuary state, which makes it much more difficult for local law enforcement to hand over information to ICE about deportation status. What's the purpose of that? Wouldn't best policy, you're pragmatic, you talk about your pragmatism all the time, wouldn't best policy be to cooperate with ICE in the vast majority of cases? So instead of ICE going to, as you say, hospitals and churches to pick people up, they'd be going to jailhouses to pick people up.
That's exactly what they do in California.
Oh my God.
10,000.
Did I ever choose the wrong time to leave? Pukers indeed, Mr. Blinky 6000. Pukers indeed. Yeah, this is actually the clip. It's got everyone talking. So I'm glad we at least got to it. I'm realizing I've got like an hour, a little bit more than an hour left to stream. We're at 62%, is that correct? Yeah, 62% of the bonus goal out of 100. Where are we on the butterfly goal? Okay, so the goal's ending in 33 minutes. It says that there's 3 out of 10. It's really 4 out of 10. If we hit 9, I will put the butterfly in, because, you know, that's, we didn't count. What a damn sellout. I don't know. Is there anything even to sell out? I mean, he's a bad politician. Nadia Yvette with an amazing watch streak here. 5-stream watch streak says, Democrats are the far right. Republicans are just massively off every cliff, way to the right of everything, of even that. Yeah. I mean, America is right shifted compared to the rest of the world, in a lot of ways compared to how it's been. Now, this might be counterintuitive to some of you, right? Given the fact that, you know, you get like, I don't know, 8 years of 8 years of Bill Clinton, 8 years of George W. Bush, 8 years of Barack Obama, 4 years of Biden. In this century, it's pretty even. And yet somehow the overall slide is to the right, right? Somehow the Republicans, even though they've been in office equal amounts of time, they have captured the Supreme Court by 6-3, actually 7-2 on this last ruling. I think Justice Kagan, or no, was it Kagan? I don't know. I think it was Kagan came over to the Republican side and actually wrote the majority opinion along with Amy Coney Barrett. But yeah, we call this the ratchet effect, right? What this means is that Republicans, when they get in office, they do a lot, right? And when the Democrats get in office, you know, they usually get in with a promise, hey, could you undo the fucked up shit the Republicans just did? And the Democrats are like, oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we will definitely undo that shit. We're against that shit. You know, Guantanamo Bay, that's fucked up. That's a human rights travesty. And then they get in office, and somehow the best of intentions, right, pave the way to them not even undoing. If you're lucky, they undo part of what the Republicans did, right? But that's a ratchet effect. That means that the Republicans are, the Democrats are like 1 step forward, and the Republicans are 2 steps or 3 steps back, and you're always sliding further and further to the right. He's hoping we make it to the midterms. Wait, here's hoping, says Omega Star, we make it to the midterms. Indeed. But yeah, this is the part about though. This is the part that everybody's talking about. A lot of Gavin Newsom's supporters are not happy with this clip. Will it stick? Will it matter? I guess we have to find out. The Republicans, chat, is what I was saying about the ratchet effect. The Republican Party makes their policies stick. The Democratic Party is always deferring that sort of thing for political expediency. They're more wed to political expediency and pragmatism, and therefore they get less done. And therefore we move slowly to the right. Sometimes not so slowly.
And your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean...
Let's rewind it a little bit more. This is it. So yeah, you know, they were just making nice. They were just talking he gives them this wide runway to be like, yeah, let's talk about your, you know, you were a boy genius, right? What was it like to be the smartest kid in the school? Well, I wasn't always the smartest kid in school, but I could always count on being the hardest working kid in school, right? Even when there was this bitch with 180 IQ in there, she thought she'd get one over on me. But Ben Shapiro, he worked harder. Who was the valedictorian, bitch, right? Anyway, so yeah, it gives him all the, you know, time he needs to get, you know, like sell himself, tell him, you know, stories, you know, what was Breitbart like? What was your, you know, what was starting off in the news business like, right? And then Ben Shapiro just chooses this moment to go into, let's talk about Minnesota. With what I guess is, I don't know, are we supposed to, is the idea that we see him saying that, you know, Pam Bondi is full of shit, and we say, wow, what a refreshing right-winger. You don't think she was a domestic terrorist? I don't know. Okay, we gotta get to the beginning of this. Oh wait, do I still have Waluigi in front of me? That would be hilarious if I did, because it would look like he's sitting in my lap. Wow. Somebody must have said something in chat. Nixon had a master plan, but the CIA wouldn't let him complete it. Nadia reminding us that the way things are looking right now, there may not be midterms.
Highly fragmented. I think in some ways that's good. I think in some ways that's bad. It's had tremendous benefits in the sense that you don't have 3 networks and you have to rely on just those 3 networks. You can in real time fact check things. It's bad in the sense that while gatekeeping is difficult and obviously can silo off information that you need to have, if you have people who are algorithmically driven, who are desperate for clicks and desperate for attention and don't seem to care very much about the truth, and if there's kind of no push.
Candace, he knows it. We all know it.
Pushback, then bad information can spin its way around very, very quickly. And it doesn't take long for people to draw extremely hard narratives about, I would say, convoluted sets of facts.
Yep.
And I think that, you know, frankly, politicians sometimes
So look, chat, if Ben does make the comeback that he seems to be trying to make, and it seems like there's people like Gavin Newsom and Barry Weiss who are, for whatever reason, behind that, like, right? Barry Weiss probably agrees with what a lot of what Shapiro has to say. Gavin Newsom, you know, appreciates what Ben Shapiro is a more, maybe a more moderate right-wing voice. I don't know. But if he does come back, the first part of that story is going to be Candace Owens was talking about Egyptian planes. Candace Owens had like Pepe Silva board, you know, up behind him. He was just making connections she was just making connections where none existed, right? And then Ben Shapiro comes along, common sense, you know, old head from Daily Wire, and he sets it straight and says, there is no conspiracy theory, Candace, shut the fuck up, right? I mean, if there is a falling away from Candace, which like there is, but I don't know how much of it is because people are like, I think she's gone too far. I don't believe her. I think she's making shit up. I think she's like doing shit for clicks. Like, I don't trust her anymore. I don't know how many people are like that and how many people are more like, she stopped doing the conspiracy theory. I really wanted to hear where that one ended. I really wanted to hear more bad shit about Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA. I was curious what other right-wing figures might be involved in the Charlie Kirk assassination and might be like secret agents of the NWO or whatever she was spinning, right? I think that most of the fall off that Candace Owens has experienced, it's not because people think she's gone too far. It's that they want her to keep cooking and she didn't. She sued for peace, or she, went over and had a conversation with Erica Kirk. Anyway, let's see what this viral moment here is all about.
Having a position in doing this, because if you're catering to a base, and obviously, listen, everybody has to be aware of audience capture. In my industry, in politics, you have to be very aware of audience capture because you need to win votes. But I mean, just to take as a recent example, what happened in Minneapolis, I think that the normie response to what happened in Minneapolis is, this is obviously a tragedy from a sort of legal perspective. Putting on my lawyer hat, the intent of Renee Good is not relevant to the question of the intent of the officer, right? If you're gonna prosecute the officer, then you'd have to determine whether an objective, reasonable officer would have perceived that he was being threatened by her vehicle when he shot her. And it seems
I want to point out that what he just said there, the part that is easy to miss and the part that you should not miss, is that he is saying in certain situations, a woman who, bears no violent intent deserves to be shot and killed. The way that he's said that, it's almost like it's like a folded protein. And the part that I just pointed out, right, is kind of like in the center of everything, and it's obscured and you can't quite see it. The way that it's perfectly arranged to obscure exactly that fact. Ben Shapiro just said, sometimes your intent doesn't matter, right? Sometimes you deserve to be shot and killed anyway, just for being there. So yeah, it seemed like Gavin Newsom is selling this guy as like a, I don't know, harm reduction for the right, a less virulent, obviously less anti-Semitic, version of right-wing content. But I feel like he just launders shit. This is my problem with Ben Shapiro. He's no Donald Trump. He's no Nick Fuentes, but he still fucking sucks.
to me that you could voice a fairly strong defense.
And even though, unlike Michael Savage, he doesn't have the middle name of Wiener, we all know he's a wiener, right?
In a court of law, that an objectively reasonable officer, since he actually was nudged with the car at the very least, would have perceived it that way. Now, this immediately broke down into two separate narratives, both of which I think are untrue. One was a narrative that was immediately pushed by the Trump administration and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, that she was a domestic terrorist who was attempting to run over officers with her car and was legitimately trying, not just this officer, but multiple officers. That was the original statement. I said at the time, I thought that was untrue. And then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor, I do have to ask you about that. Yeah. That sort of thing makes our politics worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists.
Yeah.
A tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, when it comes to ICE, I mean, I'll ask you this just generally about policy with regard to ICE, because obviously it's become incredibly contentious given what the federal government is doing in states like California. You know, it seems to me that there have been a number of deportations from red states, right, where there are governors and localities working with ICE. California is a sanctuary state, which makes it much more difficult for local law enforcement to hand over information to ICE about deportation status. What's the purpose of that? Wouldn't best policy, you're pragmatic. You talk about your pragmatism.
Okay, now like he just yelled his way through like, yeah, they're not, ICE aren't terrorists. I wish my comms team hadn't released that. I don't agree with that, right? He's walking him through.
It seems to me that there have been a number of deportations from red states, right, where there are governors and localities.
Yeah. So he's giving him a chance right here because the argument for sanctuary states is actually very strong. And what Ben Shapiro is appealing to here with the idea of like, well, states should really cooperate with the feds in order to keep I don't know, Americans safe from the dangerous threat of people violating our immigration laws, I guess, right? And the answer obviously is if you want the police to be able to cooperate with communities of immigrants, you gotta make sure that they know that it's safe to interact with cops. The kind of situation Ben Shapiro wants puts them in a place where no one would talk to police officers, right? If there's a threat of if there's a threat of it ending up with you falling into the hands of ICE, especially now
with ICE. California is a sanctuary state, which makes it much more difficult for local law enforcement to hand over information to ICE about deportation status. What's the purpose of that? Wouldn't best policy, you're pragmatic.
What's the purpose of that? Ben, do you really not know this? Because like I'd feel like just as a as a professional debater, among other things, you would know that you would know, the general, I mean, like what I just said, Chad, is not like I didn't just reinvent the wheel, or I didn't just invent something there, right? It's a known argument, right? It's the reason that they exist, right? And so you would think that he would know that and kind of have some pushback in his ready in his arsenal.
Talk about your pragmatism all the time. Wouldn't best policy be to cooperate with ICE in the vast majority of cases? So instead of ICE going to, as you say, hospitals and churches to pick people up, they'd be going to jailhouses to pick people up.
That's exactly what they do in California. And we have over 10,000 that I've cooperated with since I've been governor of California. We work very directly with ICE as it relates to CDCR, our state prison. California has cooperated with more ICE transfers probably than any other state in the country. And I vetoed multiple pieces of legislation that have come from my legislature to stop the ability for the state.
This is wild, chat. You see what he's doing here, right? As much as like he's a platform for Ben Shapiro to make his case and kind of soften his image towards like from progressives, this is also a platform for Gavin Newsom to, I mean, Shapiro's audience is not what it used to be, but whatever audience is left is now, I don't know, seeing him as more moderate. Like that's the idea. That's the plan. That's what Gavin's doing. And it's the kind of thing that you wouldn't normally do until you had the nomination locked up. It is 3 years until the election. I don't think that Gavin Newsom has this locked up at all, right? This is kind of a weird move for Governor Gavin.
State of California to do that. So when it comes to the issues of violent criminals, when it comes to felons, people that are being released from the largest state system in the United States of America, California cooperates with ICE.
Okay, but why is it then, what makes it a sanctuary state?
The broader sanctuary policies that are established, and we had a policy that was established under Governor Brown, SB 54. You have city sanctuary policies that go back quite literally to the time Ronald Reagan was governor, and it relates to some of the issues in Central America, sort of the origin stories. But the bottom line is relates to those policies, this notion that federal law should be enforced by federal law enforcement agencies, that we should not consign local law enforcement to federal responsibilities and prioritization.
Right, but shouldn't the state step in with localities and tell localities that they ought to cooperate better with ICE, thus to facilitate?
Well, I have sort of Rudy Giuliani's point of view, who made the point as an advocate for sanctuary policy when he was mayor of New York. He said it keeps people safer, healthier, and more educated. Safer in the context that it allows community members to be more likely to participate as witnesses of crime or victims of crime in going after the perpetrators, more likely to get an immunization shot if they're not worried about the nurse turning them over to ICE, more likely to go to school and get educated if they're not worried about the school crossing guard.
The thing that I really worry about, obviously beyond the continued domination of shitlib politicians over at least the nomination. The thing that really worries me is that if this does become a constitutional crisis, right? If Trump is intent to or is successful at pushing it to that state and playing that game, it is governors like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Tim Walz, Janet Mills, and Kathy Hochul that we'd be counting on to be able to actually, defend their people to some extent. And this has been the frustration with Tim Walz, right? A lot of even the protesters would like to see, the National Guard on the street to protect them, to protect their right to free speech, which they feel like is being encroached on by ICE, which, this is the definition of mission creep, right? ICE is supposed to be, they're not, a majority of these protesters are not in the jurisdiction of ICE. But here we go. They've got another job now, firing flashbangs into protesters.
Crossing them and ultimately turning them over to ICE. So it's the tool of pragmatism because of the complete abject failure of the federal government. A sanctuary policy is unnecessary if we had comprehensive immigration reform and we had a federal response that was adequate to the task. But in the absence of that, it's grown from the 70s and 80s and 90s, 2000s. And obviously I got here as governor and we had an established framework.
Okay, so obviously, chat, what he just said just there is something that, we need comprehensive immigration reform. However, I don't know, that's a pretty vague phrase. I don't know what that means to Governor Gavin. I'm guessing it's not the kind of immigration reform I'd like to see, which is a pathway to citizenship, right? The only reason that people are stuck in this legal gray area for years and years and years is because the immigration system in some cases is under-resourced. Ironic considering how much money they just spent on ICE. When all you need to do is hire immigration judges. They're trying to bypass the immigration judges as much as they can. The Debras want blood. They give up on the FBI and the strength of institutions, taking down Trump. Yeah, like he's going to be the leader of the Debras. He's going to be the warlord Gavin, chat. I don't know. I don't know if I like that idea. I don't know if I trust Warlord Gavin. What do you think? This isn't exactly the NCR.
Before I got here,
but it is true that sanctuary policy, obviously.
Wait a minute. He kind of does look like NCR, doesn't he? Doesn't he look like one of the generals in Fallout? Sorry, in New Vegas.
from the 70s and 80s and 90s, 2000s. And obviously I got here as governor and we had an established framework before I got here.
But it is true that sanctuary policy obviously has had a massive impact as a driver of tremendous number of illegal immigrants in the state of California.
I don't know about that. I mean, you see in a lot of states that don't have sanctuary policies, huge increase in immigration, illegal immigration, massive increases, even far greater than the state of California. Just look as an example. But in terms
of the cost structure, I mean, you recently, for example, had to freeze the enrollment of undocumented immigrants in state health systems to save money, right? I mean, these are major burdens, no?
That's a separate issue. There are 12 states that provide health care for undocs, and we believe in universal health care regardless of pre-existing conditions.
My only point is that the cost structure is extraordinarily burdensome.
But I don't think it's in unpacking it, I don't think it's the sanctuary policies that are driving that. And I'll give you a proof point. Florida doesn't have sanctuary policy, huge increase in undocumented community, huge increase in Texas. It's not a driver, their sanctuary policies. They don't have sanctuary policies in those states. The state of California's policies, I don't think in that respect, have invited people into our state. And I use those as, I think, proof points of that. And that's a different, so the notion of how do you deal with people that are here 10, 15 years? How do you deal with mixed status families in the state? And how do you provide for health care as opposed to emergency care and stabilize populations and community health? It's a different approach. It's one that we've been very transparent about. It's one that's hardly unique because in every state they provide compensated care for undocs at the emergency room. Many states provide it for children.
Okay, I gotta ask you, Chat, what do you think about this undocs thing? Has anybody ever heard undocumented immigrants called undocs? I love the new season of Fallout. I need to see it. I've seen clips. Exactly. NCR Gavin is President Kimball. That's right. Doesn't he look like? He looks like. Is it Kimball that I'm thinking of? And Kimball's kind of a scumbag, right? Gavin controls the Brahmin Barons. That's why he's dancing around, pushing east to defeat Legate Vance. Nice. Otherwise, or is it Legot? Otherwise the NCR wouldn't have meant a thing to me. Oh, right. If you hadn't just watched that.
Seniors. California provides it across the board.
I mean, the biggest problem, though, as somebody who left the state, is that the cost structure in the state has become so burdensome, not just because of illegal immigration, but generally. And so the idea that policy has no impact as a
Wait, does that mean that Ben is like Vulpes or whatever?
Particular human behavior or alienating people from a state, that's clearly untrue.
Yeah,
and when you look at the homeless population, for example, friendlier policies toward providing services in Santa Monica
separate
led to
point though, but that now you're getting a homeless policy, not immigration policy.
No,
but
if
I
we
want
to
to
stick with immigration policy, if you make it easier for illegal immigrants,
but let's stick with immigration
not to
policy.
avoid ICE, then presumably.
No, look, I appreciate this. So we've established an important. I appreciate the question because I'm glad we've established that we do cooperate with ICE in California. In particular, this governor, who's, as I said, on multiple occasions vetoed efforts to stop me from that coordination for dangerous criminals, and we've done that over 10,000 folks.
So it'd be wrong for. So when AOC said this,
Bro loves to punch left.
Week that ICE should be abolished. You disagree?
Oh, I disagree. When I think a candidate for president by the name of Harris said that in the last campaign. I came out. I remember being on Chris Hayes hours later saying I think that's a mistake. So absolutely. Number two, as it relates to the issue of sanctuary policy, I think it's important to establish because it's not well established. Sanctuary jurisdictions have lower crime rates than non-sanctuary jurisdictions. So this notion that it somehow increases crime is also, I think, contradicted on the basis of the facts. So this notion that population...
I gotta say, that shot's fired, right? We've seen some, like, casual shade shown by Gavin not answering Kamala's phone calls. But no, that's, like, right now, he's talking about, I think, 2020. Is that when Kamala said abolish ICE? Is this one of the policies that she had in 2020 and then walked back in 2024?
It becomes an attractive nature for population increases, I think is contradicted by the facts. As it relates to crime, it's contradicted by the facts, but there's unquestionably, and you're right about this, as it relates.
He's letting Kamala know that if she jumps in, if she runs again, it's going to be brutal. He's not holding back. He's ready to I don't think he likes her.
It's to an expansion of services, but not just for sanctuary jurisdictions, for population, diverse populations. Yes, there are states like California that have chosen a different approach.
And that approach, I mean, means that when you came into office, for example, the budget was, what, $200 billion? And your proposed budget last year or this year is $350 billion. You went from a surplus.
The general fund's $248 billion. We have $42.3 billion additional revenue structure than we anticipated. By the way, another 2.8 came in December. And California is now replenishing its reserves, $23 billion, paying down pension obligations, $11.8 billion. There's no question there are cost pressures as it relates to Medicaid, and Medi-Cal in California. And those pressures are going to be made worse because of the big, beautiful bill.
Well, I mean, I think that the main pressures in the state of California in terms of kind of future costs looks like some of the programs that you mentioned, mainly, if we're going to look at it, CalPERS, CalSTARS, the fact that you have perhaps $500 billion in unfunded liabilities going forward.
Well, in which we've substantially improved in the last 7 years. I just mentioned the $11.8 billion commitment. We've highlighted that in the State of the State to pay down long-term pension obligations. STRS and PERS, their funded liability has been improving over the last 5 or 6 years, can make up for the last 30 years. You may recall a decade plus ago, we did reforms for new employees moving in. We dealt with spiking and other issues and abuses in that space. We're hardly unique in this country.
Gavin can sniff out a loser. That's his only thing that's better about him than the average. Yeah, that's what I was saying about Ben Shapiro, is like he is
relates to unfunded liability, but
or fraud issues, obviously,
and fraud issues. We can talk about fraud all day. I'd love to talk about that, and we could get back to that because I think it's incredibly important.
What if he goes like, let's talk about Tim Walz's out of control Somali fraud in Minnesota? In California, we don't have any. So, like, I don't know. Like, I could just imagine him like throwing every other possible candidate. Not that Tim Walz is a candidate that anybody is talking about for president anymore, but his name was mentioned. His name had been mentioned earlier, right? He did seem like and you know, having run as vice president, that's a perfect platform to jump off into one's own presidential run. But yeah, it's probably not going to happen. And I feel like he really hamstrung himself by, you know, bowing to the pressure from, he literally just quit because of that stupid Nick Shirley, video. And now, as he tries to push that back on Trump, or he tries to, you know, assure the people of Minnesota that, you know, he's going to keep them safe, he's got like no authority. He's undermined himself. He is, you know, symbolically, I feel, bent the knee to Trump. And so I don't see him running for president for sure. And I am worried about his leadership in Minnesota.
Important topic. And California has been actually out front on a lot of these anti-fraud efforts. And you know, I think there's a lot of BS in this space as it relates to sort of targeted assaults and offense that obviously are pain our politics. But I want to go back because we're going to get all of this. I know everyone came here for all this stuff.
Of course. Before we do, I just want to ask, there's sort of a general take that I have, and that is, so I heard the podcast that you did with Ezra Klein. I think Ezra is wonderful. You know, he and I disagree about nearly everything, and I think Ezra is really, really a fascinating person with a lot of really interesting and heterodox ideas. And he talked with you a lot about sort of governance, and you talked with him a lot about how you were trying to remove regulatory barriers to, for example, building units, right? Because when you came into office, you wanted to build, I believe it was 3.5 million units.
That was the
abundance section of the conversation.
Right.
It did seem like Ben Shapiro wanted to get off the initial discussion, and Gavin kept him on it for a few more minutes. But yeah, we're talking about abundance. Are you ready for debunking? The debunking of abundance.
Right,
and
the state of need.
then we created a legal framework of 2.5 million.
And it will
which
come up
is
way
under the
short of
RENA
that.
bills.
By it's like 2030. And you know, what is it? About 150,000 units that are being created.
Little less than 150,000. You're right, about 111, 108,000.
And this isn't a rip on you. I mean, because
it's been a
the
major national issue, as you know, and the
of course.
macroeconomics of this with interest rate environment, sort of post-COVID environment, made this housing crisis across the country.
Although to be fair, the housing crisis
we got like less than 40 minutes left
in California is particularly bad.
in the stream.
Places like Phoenix or
100%.
Austin.
We're at 62 on the bonus content,
There's
so
the original, I said yesterday.
I guess I'm just gonna let it rip for now. Let it roll.
It's the original sin, our inability to get out of our own way on all the regulatory thickets.
Right. So
we blew through those in the last couple of years. 61 housing reform bills we just passed, and Ezra was highlighting that. Interesting.
Yes.
New York just moved in a direction. I think finally we Democrats broadly are moving now finally in the right damn direction.
What's funny is that the establishment, yes, is moving in an abundance direction, as Gavin is trying to say, but the Democratic voters are not coming along with you. And so that is going to either end up with you getting displaced by primary challengers, or I don't know, Chad. I don't know. It doesn't look good for the Democratic Party. Like long term, they've got to take a stand against what Trump is doing, and we need more than like all caps text. More than the theatrical, more than the symbolic, Gavin.
Direction after decades and decades, Democrats and Republicans in California neglect.
Does the right wing even know who Ezra is, though, Davy?
In this space,
right? And I think that one
like, do they have they even noticed abundance?
One of the problems that people see, and you know, there's been a.
I mean, I feel like you're right. If they knew Ezra, they must know Ezra from something, right? He's been around forever. He's like one of the bloggers, isn't he? Of the blogosphere. He's one of the original blogosphere guys with Matty Iglesias and Atrios. I almost said Atrioc.
Big question.
What are the other ones?
You've asked it. You've talked about it a lot, actually.
Like Fire Dog Lake.
About the frustration that people have with politics and the disenchantment that people have and the feeling that no matter what they do, they can't get ahead. And that's manifesting in a lot of political polarization. And this gets to, I think, a sort of broader issue. It's not just you. So I don't mean this to be a specific critique of you. I think it's a critique of a lot of politicians that I have left and right. Yeah. And that is, you look at the system, you realize as the governor how complex the system is, how difficult it is to get things done, how much gridlock there is in the system. But politicians, in order to get elected, have to make a lot of promises about how much things are going to change in the future.
Yep.
And they usually are talking about using the
Nate
power
Silver
of
was
in order
one
to facilitate and make that change happen, particularly on the Democratic side of the aisle. And it seems to me that that is a recipe for disaster for the American body politic, because if you make promises that cannot be fulfilled because the system does not allow for it to be fulfilled, people inherently end up frustrated. And, you know, I have relatives who still live in the state of California. I visit it routinely, and they're making a very good living. Right? I have a sister-in-law and brother-in-law who live in LA. They make a combined excellent living, and they're barely making their mortgage. And the housing costs are too high. The cost of living is too high. I believe the poverty rates in California on a cost adjusted basis are some of the highest in the nation.
Right there with Florida, correct. When you look at the supplemental poverty index, when you look at poverty broadly, to find it's slightly above average. Supplemental, Florida and California, right
If you're looking at real estate costs in particular are extraordinary in the state of California. And as you say, you know, you're trying to remove regulations, but
Chad, I get that I'm down to like my last 30 or so minutes here. Potential, or no, I am, I guess. I'm just like wondering, should we maybe look around for like, you know, like interesting
in California and spent my entire career in California.
The other option would just be to see what people are clipping on Twitter.
I paid every single tax rate in the state of California. I started off making, when I first got out of the governor of California, not the governor of Louisiana. If I'm speaking with the governor of Louisiana, I'd be very happy to talk about.
Because I mean, the way that this works is they acknowledge each other's humanity. They, you know, flesh out. Well, Gavin fleshes out Ben's bio for anybody that's unfamiliar with him, and then Ben decides, you know, when to, you know, take it confrontational. It does feel like there's a lot of glazing here.
And I look at him and I smile and he goes, I said, oh, when I sat there in the Oval Office for 90 minutes, and he tells me to turn around, and there's a picture on the wall or a painting on the wall of FDR, and I look at him and I smile, and he goes, I said, oh, here's the third term. He goes, what about 4 terms? Should I take him seriously?
Okay, so
should I take him literally?
I will say,
I don't know. I'm just a question.
Okay, so now we're asking about the Trump take him seriously versus take him literally.
And my general
That's
answer,
the president.
And my general answer to this is, if we've watched Donald Trump for 10 years, and we're still doing the thing where we all take him explicitly literally, I think that so
Maduro
people have said,
did.
So people
or has.
Okay, it turns out Maduro should have. But you know, one of the things that I remember I would get this critique about President Trump a lot is President Trump, who, as I've said multiple times, on his epitaph, it will read 45th and 47th president of the United States. He said a lot of shit. You know, like the thing
I'm not going to pretend. I take my presidents a little more seriously than most.
I don't think you do. And this is the thing where I really doubt it. I see a lot of people who Trump will fire off a random tweet, and everybody kind of laughs because it's President Trump. If I'm going to pretend that is coming from the same thought process as whatever comes from Joe Biden's press office, which went through 7 layers and maybe not the president.
Very different.
Then I'm not gonna pretend that's the same thing, because I'm not an idiot, you know.
And by the way, I could not agree even more, and that's, I think, reflected in the humor I'm trying to put back in on my social media.
And actually, I think it's kind of a problem for you, because I think that, frankly, the stuff that you're doing.
One in chat, if Gavin Newsom has ever made you laugh, and not at him, like, right? Like, does this, Gavin, humor? These are not words that I think of in the same, like, you know, paragraph, let alone the same sentence. That's why I try to inject the humor back in. I don't know that is, I mean, I'm not saying that every politician has to be funny, or that he is, you know, doing like dad jokes and expecting, and then he's like laughing at his own like unfunny jokes or anything like that, but -1. Yeah, I don't think he's, I've never seen him be funny. And it's funny to hear somebody say that, like, right? I don't know. I guess I can relate a little bit, right? I remember like listening to podcasts back in the day, like comedy podcasts, and being like, I could do that. I should get my friends together and we'll get really high and we'll make the funniest podcast. It'll be the best podcast ever. And it's just like, I mean, for most of us, it generally does not work out like that. But like, or like stand up, right? Stand up. Like, if you think you could do stand up, you know, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, I think I could I mean, it's like skydiving, but it's the social anxiety equivalent of skydiving is what stand up is. So, you know, there's a lot of people out there that'll like, oh yeah, I could do stand up. I'm funny. And it's just like, oh, I don't know.
Doing is more thought out.
Kind of takes a special talent to be able to even get that going, right? To even get to the first, you know, steps of comedy.
Than the stuff that President Trump does.
Oh.
Meaning, I think that President Trump is waking up at 3 a.m. if he went to sleep at all, and he's firing us.
Not responding to Kamala because of hiking. But did you hear that from Gavin, or did you hear that from Kamala? See, she ends up being the one that delivers the joke. She kind of stole his joke. It was a good joke too. Was it in her book that we find out that he didn't, or was it, I think, an interview, right? Such Kelly douche stuff.
Stuff on Truth So.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you're right, Joshua Keller. Yeah. His tweets are mild. His tweets. I mean, it's better than. I'll be real. It's better than like what I'm seeing from the rest of the Democratic Party. Right. I haven't seen anybody just, you know, destroy Donald Trump like that. But again, it doesn't mean that, like, it's like he's doing all that kind of performative shit in lieu of having policies that, like Zoran, that are appealing to people because they are in those people's interests, right? It's almost like Gavin thinks that he can just be, if he can be the anti-Trump or the Trump troll or the Trump whisperer, then you know, he doesn't have to deliver on anything. And that's what scares me, is it's like, you know, this is a long line of politicians who do not deliver for their constituents. Skydiving, you strap someone with experience to your back Is there any way you could do that with stand up?
Social, right? And so am I supposed to take that as seriously as you
have a professional comic strapped to your back, like waving at the audience, like hyping you up, you know? Do you think that's how that works? You think that's how you can get started? The safer way to get started in comedy? You strap a famous comic to your back?
in a methodical fashion, saying, you know what, I'm going to prank him back. And I think that people people who are your supporters do take you in that way more literally than they would be apt to take President Trump.
I think, a lot of my support has been offended by what we're trying to do, but no, look, and a lot, I think, appreciate the humor that we bring to it, and I do think I think it's reflected in I think a sense of agreement that we have in that respect as it relates to what Trump puts out all the time. But
like, if you win the 2020,
get fed lines from like backstage. Agree, great pointer. They do not deliver, just talk.
I will call you president of the United States, right? Because that election will be legitimate. And if it's J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio or whoever else.
As I was, as an American, I called Donald Trump president of the United States, Mr. President. Of course. And so I'm with you on that.
Yes.
On the outcome. But that doesn't suggest that I believe for a second, and you haven't respectfully convinced me that I'm wrong or errant, that he won't do everything in his power to manipulate the outcome. I think it's time of life. If he was 20 years younger, I absolutely believe he'd run for a third term.
Also, is his voice a little too gravelly? I get that people like that. Like, a deep gravelly voice can be like, I don't know, comforting or whatever to people. But it's a little too uneven, maybe.
Time of life suggests that that's not going to be the case, but I do think he's going to try to hardwire.
This also implicates. You see the reason I'm concerned.
And also, if he runs for president, isn't all that shit that he did? What's the French Laundry story, chat? Isn't that like an actual wasn't he actually? Is this a right wing conspiracy lie, or is it true that he went to like a fancy restaurant while the lockdown was on, that he did like an exception for his family or something?
Concerned about this because it also implicates.
I feel like he's got a lot of baggage that people aren't really thinking about right now.
The guardrails. So as you've talked about in your state, there's a lot of gridlock, right? There are a lot of various moving parts when you're trying to get something done.
I want Josh Johnson to be my backpack.
State level, you've got local governments that can impede you. You've got a legislature that can say no to you.
What happens? Like, you've got like an emergency cord that you can pull in case none of your material lands, right? And if you pull it, then it does something that's like funny, just physically. Like, it does some guaranteed physical comedy somehow. And so you get a laugh and you don't feel bad. I think that's how it works, right? Has he been taking that RFK black tar? Maybe it'll help him. I don't know. Maybe I'm still surprised at how many people take RFK Jr. seriously, let alone how many people think that he is the fighting for the health of the American people against a system of pharmaceuticals and big agriculture.
Right, you've got a bunch of it. You've got a judiciary that will tell you no in certain areas.
Oh, he had a stroke in 2022. Damn.
So there was a ruling a couple weeks ago that I strongly agree with from the judiciary with regard to, for example, school districts and what they can and should tell parents about their kids.
That's going to be thrown out. But
okay, now they disagree, right? Isn't this one of the good things about Gavin Newsom, that he is pro trans kids to some extent? Or am I wrong about this too?
When
Benitez decision, yeah.
But when it comes to what President Trump is or is not trying to do, the problem is when we say that he will try to steal the election. Will the election be stolen? That relies now on an opinion about, for example, the Supreme Court of the United States, or an opinion about the various state legislatures and courts. And so now you're not just implicating what President Trump might try to do. You're now implicating pretty much every major institution that is electoral in nature in the country.
There's a lot of evidence, and I know both sides.
The only establishment player that actually boosts him is Nancy Pelosi. for obvious reasons, but I think the rest of them know that he's got crazy dirt on him. I feel like, yeah, I don't even think his dirt is, like, a lot of his dirt, like, I've heard of. Like, I don't think, I mean, just wait until this guy, they start going Oppo research on this guy.
Have argued a lot of evidence as it relates to the weaponization of justice and the bias that's expressed in a lot of these federal judicial opinions. And it's, yeah, it's a little alarming. I mean, as a father of a judge who reveres the courts and, you know, as someone that I was very proud of, my father may have been accused of being an activist judge, but he on many occasions calling balls and strikes. And, you know, I revere that sense of justice. That's where justice is found, with an objective analysis. But no, I do worry about the Supreme Court. You may not. I'm concerned about.
I swear to God, everything about the show is so fake. Look at this. The baseball glove. Like, I'm sure it's like Mickey Mantle's glove that he caught the, I don't know, winning out of the World Series with or something. Oh no, is that a catcher's mitt? I can't even tell, chat. That doesn't even look like a baseball glove to me. I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyway. Well, look at that. I mean, it's so generic. The neon light. Like, seriously, this is so, what a generic, like, I don't know, the thing about him is that, like, it's like the guy, you know, like, he doesn't care about anything except for, like, being like, do you know that I'm doing a podcast now? Would you like to come on my podcast?
Balls and strikes. And, you know, I revere that sense of justice. That's where justice is found, with an objective analysis. But no, I do worry about the Supreme Court. You may not. I'm concerned about the Supreme Court of the United States. I'm concerned.
I feel like there's 100 hidden Me Too cases on Gavin that we don't know about. Yeah.
About what Donald Trump did after January 6th, the degree that he went to ultimately try to stay into office. Yes, I'm concerned about the actions he's taken.
God, here's the thing. I'm going to be so pissed off if whatever Oppo research is out there on Gavin Newsom is not released in the primary. If like whoever he's up against is like, oh geez, it looks like he's gonna win and I don't want to hurt his candidacy, and they just are like, well, you know, good luck in the general. Like, I'll go ahead and endorse you. I mean, that's gonna be so bad. Like, you could end up in a situation with a bad enough you know, scandal that people forget about this, right? Because since Trump has been president, it's almost like nothing sticks to him. Like, you know, he's got if he has a scandal one week, he's got a million other scandals. The only thing that comes close is Epstein. Epstein is like, chat. Epstein is if Trump was Captain Hook, Epstein would be the crocodile. Okay. Like, Trump hears that TikTok, and he knows that, like, that thing is still out there. It already took one of his hands, chat, and it's coming back for the rest of him. That ghost of Epstein. It still haunts Donald after all these years. This is Gavin Newsom more like this is a waste of, like, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, it, like, everything looks just completely generic, like, with no thought put into it, no care about it. No, like, here's what I want to create, this space. I want to create this unique thing. I want to create this atmosphere, this venue to have important conversations, right? It's just like, oh, hey, look, this valuable baseball glove that is signed by, I don't know, check baseball players. That is signed by Mickey Mantle. That's the only one I know, chat. Mickey Mantle. Everything is Mickey Mantle.
Any one of them from the midterm redistricting, but the
Gavin also suffers from Bell's palsy in 2021. Oh, wow.
Sum total of many of them. And yes, I'm concerned if we don't take back the House of Representatives and we have no oversight and we continue to have the supine Congress, we may not have a country that we recognize. I really believe that. I do.
And it's fine to believe all of those things. I will say that to articulate them as though they are all of equal levels of alarm, or that the sum total of them is that if we don't win the next election, the country's over, which again is something that you hear very often from the right too. I think that sort of alarmism is quite bad for American politics. And I don't think that anyone who's in electoral politics actually believes that, because I promise you that if a Republican wins,
this is the wrong time to be having this conversation. Where the fuck is Robin Hood? Yeah, we need, well, unfortunately, Robin Hood is like 180 years old. He's still shivering out in the cold with his mittens.
in 2028, a Democrat will then run in 2032.
Exactly, directive. Wake up, Gavin. It's happening. This is the thing, right? Gavin Newsom would be kind of like the de facto person, chat, if the shit hits the fan and there is no alternative to balkanization. Like, this is the guy that a large portion of the country would, could ostensibly be balkanizing under. And I just don't think I don't think he's made for that. I don't think he's the right man for that moment. I don't have confidence in this guy, as that kind of leader. It would be signed by Jackie Robinson, since Gavin is a Dodgers boy. Who's Mickey Mantle? He's a Yankee, right? He's a Yankee.
And if the reverse is true, the same thing will happen.
Yeah, I agree with that. Look, I do. I just the level,
or a Red Sox. I don't know.
I think the American people should know that, because it gives them a sense. Okay, I didn't win this time, but I might win next time. And once the American people start to believe they can never win, or their side is always cut out,
Ben, I
that's
love what
when
you're
things start
saying.
to get.
The spirit of what you're saying, I completely concur with. I have a different level of anxiety.
I have anxiety that the stream is going to end in 15 minutes, and it's going to feel sudden.
Based upon my own,
it's going to feel incomplete. There's more of this conversation that we didn't get through.
Direct experience, not just indirect, direct experience with Donald Trump. My concern about the rule of law, this notion of co-equal branches of government. In your book, you talk about sort of the fundamental Judeo-Christian values in this country, with the best of Greek democracy. I worry about those principles of our founding
I worry about
fathers.
checks and balances too.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think that the best way to do that, actually.
Yeah, let's get back to Greek democracy, where everybody's naked and we eat olive oil.
And this would benefit you as governor of the state, is devolution of more authority back down to the states, devolution of more governmental authority back down to the local levels, and more robust.
How about authority to the gymnasiums, like, right? The people, like the congressmen and women and Congress MPs, they should all be naked before the people, right? In order to really express that their the purity of their intentions in government, right? We should form a new, with all the freaking right-wing weirdos trying to be Bronze Age perverts, or trying to be, some kind of crusader guys, or trying to be the Empire of Rome. Why don't we just have some Greek LARPing? And we'll have a naked Congress, right? They'll get naked and they'll express their true feelings, and it'll be like a group therapy. Wouldn't that be cool, chat? If instead there's a psychologist there, and they got pillows to hit each other with when they get mad, they can they can just have a pillow fight, but then they have to hug afterwards, and it's awkward because they're naked and they're
checks and balances.
How do you hug another naked person with the least amount of body contact possible? I don't know. I guess we'll find out when the new Congress starts up.
Your lips to God in the White House's ears. Yeah, I'm a little.
And I hope you remember that if you become president.
This notion of federalism and 10th Amendment. Yeah, I remember. The red states were arguing for that during those Obama years. God bless you. No, back to your being more consistent, and I respect that, and that's why we're here. And I respect you, and I apprate this opportunity.
RFK Jr. could make that happen.
Engage, even though obviously we have fundamental disagreements.
No, RFK Jr. doesn't believe in olive oil, right? He's got to have beef tallow.
A lot of these issues, maybe not fundamental, just disagreements on a lot of these issues. Let me go back to some of the disagreements, and I don't.
Yeah, they rub each other down, they rub each other up with olive oil, and they they get in a big mosh pit. and they all like somebody plays Linkin Park, they would just say no homo. Yeah, probably, or pause.
I don't want to paint too much and color this in because as a Democrat, it's in my
Oh wait, I think you say no homo after you say pause.
interest to do so. But you got a lot of attention for going recently to America Fest, Turning Point USA.
America Fest.
You made a terrible decision of being the first speaker. That's just me saying editorially. What the heck were you thinking?
That is not my decision.
Oh no, Chad, I think I burned my eye with chili paste. I got chili paste in my eye.
Right? They invited me. They gave me a slot. That's
yeah, just your luck, because then every speaker can come on and
that's
and
okay.
attack.
You know, I got to say what I wanted to say, and then
so
I
paint the
said
picture.
pretty much,
What did you say?
Sure.
So people tuning in.
I mean, this part I guess is interesting too.
You went in and a pretty somber time. Charlie's widow was there. You had a lot of, the sort of branded celebrities in the right, and Candace Owens was there. And
Candace was not there, to be fair.
But became part of the conversation.
Candace Owens was there in spirit. I think that's what you're trying to say, Gavin, that there was a specter that loomed across the convention.
And Bannon and Megyn Kelly, so many others. Certainly Tucker Carlson. So give us a sense. What did you say, and why did you say it, and why did you choose?
Like, Chad, don't you want to see Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson like covered in olive oil, like fighting it out with pillows?
Moment to say it.
So,
like all the feathers flying all over the place.
The reason that
sticking to their naked bodies.
I chose the moment to say it is that Candace Owens, who has some issues of her own, she has been
until we realize they're both just a couple of chickens, and
saying since Charlie's death that there was effectively a conspiracy to kill him. She has implicated pretty much everybody, ranging from, believe it or not, French intelligence to the Israelis.
Ben seems pretty irrelevant, though. I mean, let's hope he stays that way, right? I feel like he did pick up some lane that nobody was really occupying with the pushback against Candace Owens, whose conspiracy theories are fucking ridiculous. And like, they just got more. Oh, do you know what Candace is doing now, chat? Oh, I don't know if I have time to show you this, but I definitely don't. Like, we'll be lucky if we get through much of this. But like, anyway, Candace Owens, she doesn't want to get sued by anybody, right? So she's been, when you say Bridget Macron, blah, 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 about her anatomy, and she shows a picture of her anatomy, proves you wrong in court, that can, you can end up, you can get a defamation suit against you. If you say that Erica Kirk or whoever from Turning Point USA was involved in Charlie Kirk's killing, you could get in trouble for that. But what if you say, chat, that you had a dream, and in that dream, you talked to Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk told you, watch out for this guy. This guy is the guy that killed me, right? You could say that. You're just reporting your own dream. You can't call that defamation, right? Your subconscious is not subject to a defamation suit, right? You're just reporting your own dream. And that is what Candace Owens, that is her new meta. So Candace Owens has lost a lot of steam. This is the only reason I'm giving like the chance of a comeback for Ben Shapiro any sort of possibility, is that Candace has lost so much during this whole thing. I do feel like it's mostly from her not continuing to go in on TPUSA and the Republican Party, but I don't know. There's got to be somebody that, like, I don't think Ben Shapiro's doing this for nobody. I think he's gonna, he's picking up on a new lane that may be opening
to various friends and family members, possibly of Charlie, in his murder.
Yeah.
And there have been an enormous number of people in the influencer space on the right who have gone along with this, who have massaged it, pretended not to notice.
Yeah, they would massage each other too in this like new American Congress of naked bodies in olive oil. They would give each other back rub. They would get in a circle, give each other back rubs, talk about their feelings,
tried to defend,
and then hold a vote. And then when they got mad from the vote, they could pillow fight each other until they got tired, and then they'd sleep on the pillows. It would be like basically nursery school for geriatric Congress Congress people, because we know that the gerontocracy is never going to give up the government, right? No one younger than Gen X is allowed in politics.
And her tried to protect.
In my dream, Charlie's ghost is sitting in a chair in the corner of a hotel room watching Erica being a proud and beautiful woman.
And that it was an aspect of that questioning her was an aspect of free speech, which of course was a violation of free speech, rather, which of course it isn't. You know, criticism is not a violation of free speech. It's a form of free speech.
Thank you.
And so I got up on stage and I basically gave a speech saying our responsibility as people with influence in the public space, we have some responsibilities, and those responsibilities include truth above all.
Yeah.
We ought to be clear about what we believe. We should not hide the ball. We should not allow, quote unquote, friendship to trump what is true. Just because you're friends with someone does not alleviate the responsibility for you to say when they're doing something that is wrong or immoral. We should not engage in audience capture. Just because our audience wants us to say a thing doesn't mean that we ought to say it. And we ought to ensure that we are held responsible for the things that we say, and also the people that we have on. And
it's such an easy thing to say, and I feel like Shapiro has gotten pushed right. He was not a Trump supporter in the beginning, and I don't just mean during the primary. I think he was anti-Trump for a while. I don't even remember. Did he say that he voted for Trump in 2016? I feel like he was pretty iffy on that, and it's only when it was like really clear that there was no lane for, you know, for neocon politics anymore. I think it was only then that Ben Shapiro, like he had to kind of be pulled into MAGA kicking and screaming a little bit. But he did. He let himself be pulled. He was like, how can you talk about audience capture when your audience literally, this is more like audience trafficking, right? They trafficked you, Ben.
Question those people. So of course, anybody has the right to have anybody.
He pulled you into all kinds of takes that you never would have had
on their show who they want. And then they should treat those people how they want to treat those people. I mean, if I were to have on somebody who's, you know, in a deeply adversarial position, I think what's great about this conversation is you can see how adversarial we are with regard to some of our positions, but at the same time still have the discussion. Yeah. You know, if you are going to have on, for example, as Tucker Carlson did, Nick Fuentes, who is a self-stated Nazi apologist, and then you're going to treat him with kid gloves, then you ought to be held responsible for that in the court of public opinion. And if we as influencers do not do that job, if we lie to you, if we fib to you, if we make predictions which we are then not held responsible for, if we hide behind quote unquote just asking questions, this is one of my bugaboos. I hate it.
Bugaboos.
There's a lot in the influencer space, mostly on the right, but some on the left as well.
Doesn't it sound like a slur somehow?
Yeah, I'm not putting out a theory. I'm just asking questions. Well, there's a difference between seeking answers and just asking.
I think it just means something that you're always on about. Isn't that what bugaboo means?
Seeking answers. That's what questions are for. It's to get better information, more clarification. Right. You know, I should have a better idea after the question of the answer than I did before. Just asking questions is usually a guise for willful ignorance and for positing a theory without having to carry the responsibility for positing that theory. So
okay, here's what's annoying. He's speaking to people that aren't here, right? This is Ben Shapiro. He's mad at people. I'm assuming a lot of them within the conservative movement, within the podcast space. And he doesn't want to name them. He doesn't want to start actual trouble, but he kind of wants, I don't know, it's almost like he's looking for validation here.
Asking questions about,
is Gavin your dad?
Whether you have peculiar sexual proclivities. I don't have any evidence. I'm just asking the question. And then you say, well, where does that even?
He's like, you know, I do.
And coming from, listen, I'm just asking questions. I'm not asking questions. I'm obviously attempting.
Obviously, I don't want to know about any of your sickening sexual proclivities, Gavin.
To impute something to you. So this is what this speech was about. I named names in it. I mentioned Tucker Carlson. I mentioned Megyn Kelly.
Okay, so he's just relaying the Turning Point USA speech. God damn it.
To massage Candace Owens in her pursuit of bizarre.
See, they're gonna massage, chat. The problem is the Republicans are gonna do it with tallow, with beef tallow. I don't think that's sanitary.
Conspiracy theories about Erica and
you got rubbed down with beef tallow, chat. You got to get rubbed down with olive oil.
Charlie's murder. Yeah. I mentioned Steve because I think Steve has been doing many of the same things, and so that was the speech.
And then you all go on a slip and slide with hummus. Oh my God.
And that you felt it was necessary to name names as opposed to imply. You just felt it was important to be
Yes,
clear.
because I think that people should know exactly who they're listening to, particularly since they're going to hear from some of those people at the same event. And so I thought that people should, be forewarned about the people they're going to hear about. Then they can make their own decisions and determine whether my assessment.
How old actually has Ben? I don't know. I feel, is he 40? Something 1984. Yeah, he'd be like 41.
Of those personalities is accurate or inaccurate.
And the reaction was exactly as you anticipated.
I think that the reaction in the room was, I think, overwhelming because a lot of people.
Whereas Gavin sounds like he's 60. Oh no!
Very upset that people had been saying this about Charlie's murder, which again was carried out by all available evidence by a person motivated by. Hatred of Charlie's position on transgender issues in particular. And, all the evidence points to Tyler Robinson as being the person who shot Charlie Kirk. And so I think that a lot of people in the audience were deeply offended and upset, correctly so, at the kind of specious conspiracy theories that have been promoted by this group of folks. The sort of blowback that came afterward was really interesting. There were a lot of people who obviously were very upset, and many of the people who I'd named, I'm not surprised, came back and fired back. I will say that I don't think any of them actually argued with the point that I was making. They seemed to make collateral attacks, imputing intent to me, suggesting that my speech had something to do with Israel, which is funny since I didn't mention Israel one time in the entire speech. And I found that sort of bizarre. And then obviously you've seen, sort of the influencer wars going on. But the whole point that I was making is, here's a principle. Either you uphold the principle or you don't uphold the principle. If you don't uphold the principle, I'm going to call you out for not upholding the principle. And it really is quite simple. It's not about friendship. It's not about whether we go fishing together. None of that has anything to do with the principle that's at stake. Because if we
I think I'm going to take that uphold the principle thing for like a sound drop. That sounds like a good. We need to do new stream alerts, chat. We need to do. Yeah, this sucks. I'm so sorry I have to leave you. I'm so sorry I got to go to Thai class, but I must, chat. I must go to Thai class. But before I go to Thai class, I must thank all my Patreons because I appreciate those people. There's been months that I was only financially okay because of donations from viewers like you. The Corporation for Public Bitching runs from the support of viewers like you. So let me thank the Patreons here. Everybody on my Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out at the beginning and ending of every stream. So let me do those, right? Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Anonymous, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Orsolipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moino, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gavi, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zero Zerix. Chat, with that, I must bid you adieu because the call of the Thai class, unfortunately. So, I mean, bad news. We didn't hit the bonus goal today. Good news. I won't have any bonus content to make up for tomorrow. I'll try to leave as much of this on the menu for tomorrow since I feel like this is stuff people are interested in. Anyway, you'll have another shout out tomorrow, potentially. Until then, much love, everybody, and bye-bye. Oh, also, thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. And thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, everybody liking the stream on YouTube. That helps me out immensely.